Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another Friday. It is a Friday Lounge, TGIF. Thank you guys for joining us so much. We're back with another live video, and I do have some guests joining me. Not everybody here yet. I think Iru will be joining shortly, but we do have Bob from Glowbusters. Bob, what's going on?
Hey, Jaron. Glad to be here. Not a whole lot going on, but you know what? Where are your manners? You should have introduced the ladies first.
Oh, geez, what am I doing? Let's do ladies first. All right, Bob, sit back. Let's pretend I didn't introduce you. We also have the best voice in the business, Karen B. Karen, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me.
We already got a super chat from Rhino. Thank you very much, Rhino. Keep crushing. That is the plan. That's what we're going to be doing. Got some awesome footage to show you from the Salton Sea today. We got some stuff to talk about with Max Egan and some other little topics. So should be an interesting show. And we also have joining us Rodrigo, Dr. Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes. Doctor, how is it going? All right.
The doctor is muted.
The doctor is out to lunch.
Doctor, very doctorly of you, Rodrigo. What's going on?
He said his Skype isn't working too well, so I don't know.
Maybe he had to restart.
All right. Well, Rodrigo, if you come back, we're here.
Oh, hello, guys.
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Now we
there
can
you
hear
are.
This is bizarre. Like my computer is not getting through. So I said hello, Bob. Hello, Karen. The doctor thing is gonna be, something stigma I have to carry.
That's not a bad thing. I'd love to have doctor at the beginning of my name, but we got Miguel Beaumont also sent a super chat. Thank you very much. And commercial sound and video. He said everyone chips in $1, and he sent 2. So that's awesome. Amazing. Thank you for all the super chats. It is much appreciated. And Rodrigo, what's going on with you? Anything else new besides your Skype not working?
I think I got it working now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Cool.
Good.
Okay, yeah. No, I did a stream last night. Talked about some spacecraft stuff.
I like that. I like that series.
That's the new kind of, the new stick, spacecraft. It is what they're on. We know it. And
I think so.
It's something I'm exploring how it works and how you can maybe treat it. The diagnosis is quite easy. We know how it works. So I'm using it as a metaphor to tackle some of the issues.
Well, good. Yeah, no, they're definitely on.
Did you see some of the stuff? Some of the stuff is quite disturbing that I talked about last night.
Yeah, I was watching for a little bit on DLive, and it's all good stuff. But I would call it disturbing. I would call it space crack. It's all
it's all space crack. Yeah.
So we are on lounge number 10, which is pretty awesome. Thank you guys for being a part of those shows, and really appreciate it. And we're just moving right along. And I called this one "What Curve," kind of in homage to the documentary that Wendell and Shelley are doing called "Behind What Curve," which is kind of a response to "Behind the Curve," which of course Bob won his Nobel Prize for, and I don't know. I got a backup Nobel Prize for saying interesting. Don't ever say interesting, or you might end up in a documentary and people will inherently and forever just say that you proved curve. I guess they can't find it with their globe zealots, so they need me to prove it for them.
I think it's quite remarkable how many people were fooled by just the editing there and actually didn't look into it at all. It's pretty incredible.
No,
and they think you actually disproved yourself.
Yeah, no, I know. And it's, again, there was tons of people there, and I've told the story many times. But again, they'll never release that footage. They lied to me, told me that they would release it, told me they would give me the footage, and then after, of course, had to go back on that because they took an out-of-sequence and, improper placement of something, just put it at the end of their movie. And of course, they're not going to give me the other footage because I'd be able to show that, which would kind of make their movie look like a joke and a lie, which is ultimately what the end of it at least was. I know some people enjoy it and think that it did good things. I guess I feel the same way, but at the same time, to have yourself misrepresented in a film is not fun in the least bit. So anyway, Behind What Curve, I think we'll show some great footage, and we will talk about that shortly. If you guys missed it last night, I was on the Rogue Ways podcast. That was with Lindsay. That was fun. And if you want to catch that, there's a few different ways you can do that. I think you can go to DLive and then click replays, and I believe that will be up for a few days under my DLive replays. But also you can go to Rogueway's podcast. Maybe I should bring that up here so that I can show
She
people.
doesn't do that on YouTube, Jern?
Yeah, she does. Sorry.
Oh, she does. Okay.
Did I say?
I was gonna say,
I said that wrong.
well, guys, trying to figure that out last night because I was just curious how big her subscriber base and how many live viewers were watching, but I didn't know her channel name.
I think it's just Rogueways, but I'm not sure how many people have watched it. I'll check it right now. Rogueways. Let's see here, and we'll bring this up. Rogueways. Oh, let me show everybody what I'm doing. Oops. Too many things open today.
She's
see.
very, very intelligent young woman. I thought she was awesome. I really,
she's fun.
She's just sensible.
Yeah, which is rare nowadays, right? So, yeah, it's only got 343 views, so, not much. She only has, she has 1.25 thousand subscribers, so 1250 or so, or 1270. But, yeah, it was a fun video, and, oh, wow, it has ads on it? Amazing.
You're not on your premium.
No, I can't do that, Bob. Isn't that weird? Because Jeranism is a brand account of like an original account I had a long time ago. So if I use the Jeranism account, it doesn't register. I have to go back to my original account, which is just sad because I'm always on the Jeranism account. So anyway, this is kind of the podcast or whatever you want to call it. We had a nice 2-hour conversation, so people can check that out. But she was fun and asked lots of questions, and we had a good time. So people can check that out. Again, that's on her channel, which is Rogueways. And also you can find it on my dlive.tv/Jeranism under the replays, at least for a little while. So, but let's talk about, to start off before we get to the Salton Sea stuff, I have to ask and talk and ask your guys' opinion on what the hell happened with Max Egan.
Me first.
Bob really wants this one. Yeah. Crazy.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, as many of you guys know, about 3 years ago, we had a hangout with Max Egan. And I believe, David Weiss was on it, Jern was on it, Mark Sargent was kind of going to be on it. He was in the background, but he didn't really participate. And I don't remember who else was there, Jern. But we spent, I don't know, a couple hours at least, talking to Max, and, he kept telling us that he thought it was a psyop, and, nothing made any sense, and we were discrediting the rest of the truth community, yada, yada, yada. And then, as if that wasn't bad enough, then for the next, week or two at least on his podcast, he kept talking about that appearance on Globebusters and how we were just pushing this psyop and really bashing the living crap out of us,
Mm-hmm.
So needless to say, he didn't exactly make a lot of friends that day, but we still kind of held out some hope for him. And in fact, at some point later on, Jaren and Max actually got together, and Max flew Santiago to Sydney, or Sydney to something like that.
Sydney to Santiago.
That's that guy. Okay, now I remember who it is, because that was a while ago. Uh-huh.
So anyway, and we found some interesting results with compass bearings that were not commensurate with a ball Earth model, right? It was more towards flat Earth. But anyway, so getting back to the story. So about 3 days ago, he then releases a video where he says that he had a really amazing revelation. In fact, he was hit in the head with a beam of light, and he got this immense download, right? And he said all of a sudden everything became very crystal clear to him, and that what he then realized was that the world was definitely flat. We're in this enclosed structure, that this is being run by some sick controllers and parasites, and he went into all this description. He kind of got a little crazy, to be honest with you.
The levels and stuff.
Yeah, well, he kind of was insinuating that, he was hinting like he was some sort of messiah, that he got this download. I mean, he didn't say it, but
well,
he
said he was
suspect.
Kind of the one, and that he missed his ride.
There can only be one
to ascend, and that this light was supposed to help him ascend, and he didn't ascend, and all this stuff. But Bob, he actually released 2 videos, right? He released one that just said the Earth is flat, and it was like 6 seconds long, and it was just basically him saying, the Earth is flat, stay tuned for my next video. And then he uploaded 55 minutes, or 45
about 45 minutes,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
And then he releases that video in which he said, the Earth is flat, folks. It just is flat, and went on for 55 minutes or 45 minutes, and of course all of us shared that video. But go ahead, Bob. Continue from there.
Yeah, and in that video, he made a very profound, sincere apology, saying, anybody I've ever insulted, and obviously, I took that to mean us, very specifically because of the way he bashed on us, So I'm just sitting there, and even though I thought some of the stuff he said was a little Looney Tunes, but like I said, take what resonates, leave the rest behind.
Right. We're all little Looney Tunes.
Yeah, we're all little Looney Tunes. I mean, some of the things I believe in, people, think is crazy. So whatever, So anyway.
Well, I mean, probably you're going to get there. Not sure I'm going to be stealing your thunder, but at the end with the cloud machines, that was mind-blowing.
That was great information.
Yeah, that's a whole nother subject in and of itself, which I think is really cool subject to talk about. And we talked about it on Globebusters once, but we'll pick up on that. But anyway, so to continue with this story, so when I saw that, I mean, I was in disbelief. I'm like, wow, this is great. And so I decided to go ahead and mirror it. And my thinking behind it is that, look, Max Egan, for whatever else he is, and how much he's bashed Flat Earth, he is legend in the truth community. I mean, there's no denying that, right? He's actually done a lot of really great work, even though I think his whole Christchurch analysis was completely crazy. But, all that aside, Max has done some really great stuff. So I'm thinking, I want to get this out there. I told people to share it, and with the thoughts of that other hosts were going to see it that were maybe skeptical. And because Max Egan said to look into it, that they would look into it. Kind of like, what Austin said about, well, when B.O.B. First said Flat Earth, I thought he was crazy, but just out of respect, I looked into it. That's what I was hoping for. So I mirrored it, and, I took a lot of flack for mirroring it, people were saying this guy's just red herring and, yada, yada, yada. And I just said, well, whatever. And I even let those comments stand. I didn't even delete them or anything. It's like, okay, I realize this is going to be a mixed bag.
Right.
So I let him stand. And then the next day, he said he was going to release his real name and all that. And I'm like, great. So I was, anxiously awaiting for the next day. And he did. Sure enough, he released it. And then he starts out with, I hope I got everybody's attention, all the flat earthers and everybody. And right then I knew, oh boy, here it comes, right?
Yeah. And it still just makes no sense to me. I mean, I just want to real quick read what he said in his description here because I don't understand it at all. But he says a more coherent explanation of events. And again, he's talking about this white light that came down, which I still think, isn't he still on that trip? I mean, he's still saying that's real, right?
Yeah,
but he says
apparently.
The key is you can create that which you search for. A search engine does not just record what you are searching for, it records what you are thinking about and what you want to see. Therefore, it can provide the information needed to create a perfect virtual world, and you won't even know you're in it. Because in this video, he never actually comes out and says the Earth isn't flat. In fact, he says the Earth is flat and it is a globe. It just depends on what you want to believe, then you'll find the evidence for it. Then this is the weird thing. He says, something else I have noticed that I forgot to mention is they were not able to try this with me until after I had appeared on camera. That makes no sense. Then this next line is like, what the hell is he talking about? He says, with deep fake technology, they could have me on as a self-proclaimed flat earther who thinks he is the second coming. So if you ever see me making any such claims, you know it, I've been replaced. The sad thing about this line right here is that he did come on and say he was a flat earther who thought he was the second coming. So he says, if you ever see me make any such claims, you know it, I've been replaced. Like,
what?
So what do you mean? So the video that you did yesterday, you've been replaced in, it's a deep fake? I don't even get it. And I'm writing this here because I didn't want to say it in the video. And for the conspiratorial-minded, no, that wasn't me making a 666 sign. I was just emphasizing a point. What can I say? I speak with my hands, deal with it. But there's lots of other people that have brought up incredible things about the other video where he had a swastika drawn on his hand. And in this video, he says, oh, and for the people who ask me why I have a swastika drawn on my hand, I did it because it protects me from the parasites.
What?
Yeah,
it got really, I mean, and this video is like almost, it's nearly unwatchable. And I don't like to say that I don't believe people or what they're saying is complete nonsense, because I respect Max in a lot of his research. So I don't, it's hard to say that. And I mean, my Rogueways podcast last night, I was like telling Lindsay, hey, did you hear Max Egan's a flat earther? And it's really cool to see that people can come along. But the other thing that I said numerous times in that podcast is that the one time you have to push people to the side is when people lie to you. That's why we push the media to the side. That's why we push NASA to the side. Because if somebody's going to continue to lie to you, how can you trust them? How can you spend your time watching them? Well, this guy went on and basically did a 45-minute video that was a lie, that he was just doing to fool people and then come back the next. I mean, imagine doing that. I hate
weird.
to have somebody.
And he was all the time saying he was being sincere. He wanted to do it from the heart or something, right?
Right.
All the time he's.
No, I mean, I could probably pick any time on this thing, and if we just listen, we'll just try it. Because I mean, he'll be saying some nonsense. I mean, it's just like, how can you even follow what he's saying? He's like,
which I would suggest all the things that say you shouldn't step into the light and all that sort of stuff. I mean, that's probably what's going on. The light's probably they zap you, the way it is, and kill all that. I don't know how it works, but anyway. But it says here in this text, it says the only alternative left for mankind is discipline. Discipline is the only deterrent.
I don't know. It was pretty unwatchable, really.
It's just going on and on.
Yeah, and just saying that he's the one, and if there was a group chat last night on text message. It was pretty funny because we were all just saying exactly kind of the things that he was saying, which is it is and it isn't, it was and it wasn't. The Earth is flat, but it isn't.
The Earth is a globe, but you can think of it as flat.
Right.
Oh, goodness.
And whatever you think, then you're going to go out and that's the evidence you're going to find. Which, hey, you can't really disagree with him a lot on that. I mean, but to just lie to people and I still don't even know what his belief is now. Now he's just kind of being
ambiguous. What the
ambiguous.
red flag for me was when I was watching this thing, and I did watch it to the end. I thought it was interesting, the vapor, how that was done. But what was intriguing is that he didn't really, he was saying it was flat, but they didn't present anything.
No.
Usually a person who's been through the information, they will start, you can talk about so many subjects and present them, the evidence that you have. You can go through NASA stuff, you can look at pictures from balloons, and he didn't show anything. So I thought it was odd in itself. So who knows?
I did have a couple people who messaged me, emailed me, Skyped me that said, like, don't associate with Max. Don't act like he's one of us because he's crazy. Right. And I said, no, I'm not going to say he's one of us, but I did go on the Rogueways podcast and say, oh, wasn't it really cool that Max Egan finally saw the error of his ways? Because like Bob said, 3 years ago, he was just bashing us. And then, he's talked about it before, and I've heard him kind of lean that, it could be. He wasn't sure. There was a lot of problems with the globe. So he was saying some things like that. So when he went flat, supposedly, I just thought that was him kind of finally realizing it. But at this point now he's saying it can be flat or it can be a globe, and that's kind of the joke that we were making. One person said that maybe he's saying both because he doesn't want to lose his subs. Maybe he got so much bad comments that he had to retract. I don't know. With this guy and somebody who's going to get on the camera and tell you lies sometime, how would you ever know?
Yeah, it's amazing though. But if you look at the comments from that first video, they are by and large positive from, flat earthers saying, it's about time, Max, welcome, yada, yada, yada. So I wouldn't say it was because of that. I don't know why he did it, to be honest, but, I was, when he issued the apology, I just thought, that's great. Okay, I'm going to, accept his apology. And I got burned. And for that, I'm sorry, guys. I probably shouldn't have put up that video yesterday, but I did. But I took it down, so it is what it is.
I mean,
do you think it's kind of like, would you compare this to the Bilou case?
No, this is just, maybe a little bit.
This is way different.
Yeah, it's way different. But
way different.
I mean, if you look at this is a terrible thumbs up, thumbs down number. So, I mean, a lot of people aren't even happy with this video. I mean, 508 versus 2.7 thousand. I don't have a video that's that bad as far as thumbs up versus thumbs down. And for this line here, again, I keep reading this. Like, what is he talking about? How he can say, with deep fake technology, they could have me on. Have him on what? I don't know. As a self-proclaimed flat earther who thinks he is the second coming, which is what he did in his last video. He came on and said, I'm now a flat earther. The earth is flat, and I think I'm the chosen one or something. And he says, so if you ever see me making any such claims, I've been replaced. But that's exactly what he did in the last video. So what is he saying? Yeah, I just don't get it. And I haven't even seen this little comment here. What did he say here? When I study the entire sequence of events, because there is a great deal I still have not shared, I am seriously beginning to think that last Saturday they took a snapshot of my mind and intended to replace me with a deep fake in order to discredit my fire reports. That's why I deleted my last 3 videos. It was part of the plan. I got so angry, they wanted that. They wanted me angry to rally the nation, then go nuts right in the middle of the claim that the earth is flat and that I am the second coming. Please, if you see me ever do that for real and not share the meltdown with you all so that you all know what's happening, then it's not me. And thank you for understanding through this process.
This does remind me of David Wilcock in a way, like the kind of stuff when he was crying and saying that the cabal was coming after him and stuff. It's kind of, people create these personas online and there's a storyline and people follow it. It's kind of, there's another story is like the time traveler that they had. There's one channel, very odd channel that had this time traveler. A lot of people believed this guy. And he was just some guy who didn't have much to do and came up with this story. He managed to even pass a lie detector test. And then later he came out after he had like millions of followers. So, and I see there's a lot. I mean, once it's one of those things, like once you're off the gates with the flat earth, your cosmology sort of base is completely shattered. You really don't have a lot to hold on to. So a lot of some people hold on to the Bible, and some people go in these completely, looking at everything and making claims. A lot of people like to make prophetic claims about that, some cataclysm is about to happen, the end of the world's coming. But this you see throughout the ages. So you do see some bad things happen, but still people profit from it and they use, and that happens in Brazil. There's someone who makes a bunch of money talking about the apocalypse and in Patreon and guiding people towards the Patreon for the deeper information. So in public they say, oh, I cannot say that in public because they're after me. See, there's censorship, and so I can only do it in Patreon. And if you pay, you can get in and get it. Right. And when I look at the sources, it's very questionable. And it's almost like they grab some conspiracy book without actually deconstructing the whole details of how it's put together and just go for it. So it's kind of concerning because people who are searching for information, they don't know what to do.
And the thing about it is if you want to know the secret to YouTube, if you want to know the secret to getting channel views or whatever, it's authenticity, it's honesty, it's truth, it's being truthful to the people that watch you. Because what he's done now, and I'm seeing here, truth is only subjective to liars. Thankfully, it appears a great deal of us here see through your charade and are jumping ship. You can't just make videos where you tell lies and then come back with the next video the next day and be like, oh, I was lying yesterday, but today I'm telling the truth. Well, who's going to believe that? Because tomorrow there may be another video that says, no, I was lying yesterday and today I'm telling the truth. And then there might be a video in a week that says, no, last week I was lying and this week I'm telling the truth. It's like, who can watch that shit? So, this person here, say strong, Max, we need you, brother. You really pissed off the flat earthers. If you find people being unreasonably mean to you, that is probably why. They thought they had Max on board like it's a team or something. Peace and love. Maybe the square light hitting you in the head was you falling off your ass after a good bender on whiskey. Your nose shows alcoholism, Max, and that is not subjective.
That's hardcore.
So disappointing. This person, you're either out of your effing mind or you're a effing liar. Give me a break. I mean, what else do you expect people to say?
My comment that I wrote to him yesterday was right along those lines. I said basically what you showed to people after you got our attention is that you're a two-faced liar essentially. And right. I basically let him have it with both barrels, and then later on I started feeling bad, so I deleted the comment. But it's like, I was raging, especially after all the crap I took for even buying into it, accepting the apology. And
try to help.
And then he does that. Yeah, you try and help, and all good deeds. Yeah.
Yeah. So these comments are bad. Just your BS has them dropping like flies now. Your demon-powered light has sent you off the deep end. Get right with God. Learn to enjoy the fire. It's always been your choice. I'm out of this garbage pit, and hope that others do the same. Yeah, like I said, I love a lot of truthers, and they don't have to think the same thing as me. And me and Max have different opinions on a ton. We're not even close on some things. But I respect truthers, I expect researchers, but I don't respect liars. I don't respect people that lie to me. Why would I waste my time? Again, he could just come out next week and say that he was lying about this and he really is a flat earther. What am I supposed to do? Just jump back and forth? Oh, today it's great. Tomorrow it's bullshit. How do I know? He says, I call BS.
Or to say something so provocative, now that I have your attention, I hope I got your attention. It's like, really? You did that to get our attention so you could feed us a line of a bunch of bullshit?
Right.
It's like unbelievable, What was he thinking?
Yeah, I think he's actually looking at the analytics, and he's like, "Oh, I talk about flat Earth. Look at this. I got a spike." And then
I don't know if he's
that.
I
Maybe
don't think he's that coherent. I don't think
like
he's that there, really, to be.
I don't either, Jaron. I agree. I don't think he's quite with it enough. He's really losing it.
So happy to see you're a little more settled. I'm not sure about that. Settled. This person says, "Full of shit, old man," and my bullshit meter is finally tuned. Yeah, I mean, it just gets. I'm sure if we went on and on and on, half the people are going to. And I would love to watch this video. I haven't seen it yet. I'm actually going to open this in another tab so I can watch it later. But Richie from Boston has had some comments. Let's see.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Richie from Boston. It's Thursday. It's like the 16th of January, 2020.
Well, it's my first time watching it, so I'll have to watch that after. But that might be interesting to see because I know that they're buddies, I think. Then again,
really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so is David Weiss. If you're out there, David Weiss. I called David the other day, and he was like telling me I'm taking credit for Max's conversion. So I wonder if he's still taking credit.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I almost feel like we should do a reaction video to the Richie from Boston.
Yeah, you want to watch it?
Yeah, let's watch it.
Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what he's got to say.
And I just finished listening to Max Egan's second installment of his I've sold out, I've gone down the Alex Jones route, or I've completely lost my mind, but I'm still going to make videos, episodes. I used to have Max come on. And I stopped having Max come on because Max, well, myself, like so many Americans, they hear somebody with an accent and they think that they're somehow an authority figure.
That's true.
I've never trusted somebody that says the word folks. Hey folks, hey folks, hey folks. I just don't, right? But that's just me, so that's neither here nor there. But here's the long story short, okay? I've mentioned Max Egan over the years because why not? I wasn't going to call him out or anything like that, but I mean, wow. Alex Jones gets in trouble or, plays the part of the truther getting in trouble and decides to say he never believed that Sandy Hook was a hoax. He believes those children got killed, etc., etc., etc. And he said that he was going through psychosis. And then he tried to convince his subscribers, which are numerous, that they were also going through psychosis. Well, Max is doing a very similar thing. He's talking all sorts of crazy double talk.
Right. It is,
the
but
Earth
it isn't.
is flat and it's also a globe. And the Earth is flat and it's also a globe. And virtual reality is going to put us in the mainframe and blah, 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 blah. But the thing that's causing me to make this video is the fact that he, number one, he'll push you towards anything but the Father above, Yeshua, and the Bible. Any other thing. African folklore, that'll work. Buddhism, that's great. Gnosticism, that'll work too. Anything except the Bible. And that's why I stopped having him on. Because anybody that's been researching this stuff for any length of time comes to the conclusion that this is straight up good and evil. Black and white. There it is. But what Max is trying to convince people of, in his crazily worded way, is that actually the truth movement is the problem and researching is the problem. So stop researching, stop looking for a way out, and everybody move above the 33rd parallel.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check this out. The New World Order is ready whenever they want. It's obvious because no one's doing anything about anything. My channel has never been how to get away, how to outsmart them. It's how to sustain yourself when society finally fails. Because in order for the New World Order to come into play, society must fail. But it won't be overnight. So be ready, be prepared. I am. You should be.
And I think what we're all doing well is revealing, kind of the deceptions, right? We're trying to point them out. We're trying to get people aware of them. And I totally agree. I'm not in the fear porn thing. I'm not like, Max is talking about that that they're going to freeze over
destroy
the
everything
land
above the parallels, or you have to be on the parallel. And he had a rant on that line.
Right. And the reason he knows when it's going to happen is because of the expiration date of his passport.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I know there's all these synchronicities.
Yeah.
All these synchronicities in my life, and therefore, the date of so he knows it's coming in the next 2 years. So this is what I'm saying. Like there's a bunch of people that keep on saying this, and that was going on in 2012. Exactly the same kind of stuff. Only now we have the flat Earth in the middle, and then you have conjunctions, some kind of astrological conjunctions. But people are aiming at November 2020. So, and if nothing happens,
and I'm changing
then there'll be something else.
I'm changing my whole opinion of things. I certainly am not going to tell people who to watch and who not to watch. I would never tell people don't watch Max anymore. That's up to you. If you watch this and you find anything coherent, I'll just press play and we'll listen to some part here. See if
the predators ensure in this manner a degree of security to act as a buffer against their fear. Okay, so that's how this predator works, and this predator is what. It's talked of in all cultures, folks. The Africans call it the Chitahuri, the Gnostics called it the Archons.
He just goes on and on.
BS.
It's really unlistenable at most parts. So again, I'm never telling anybody don't listen to him or anything like that. But again, for me personally, if somebody is lying to me on YouTube, in real life, in person, on the mainstream media, in NASA videos, if I'm being lied to, that's where I draw the line. That's where I start saying, okay, this is not the person to listen to anymore. I always tell people, take the good, leave the bad. But if you're being lied to, it's real difficult to choose, well, what do I take out of this? What do I take out of lies? What good can come from lies? And in my opinion, it's basically nothing. So anyway, I'll watch that Richie from Boston video and see what else he's got to say. But basically, he's just going to say the same thing that we are, that this is a lot of incoherent babble about being struck by some light, being the chosen one. And he went and deleted his video, right, Bob? Is that what I saw here? Let me go back. Maybe I
yeah, somebody said that. I don't know if he did or not, but somebody said it in the chat.
I tried to find the one where he said that the Earth was flat and it wasn't there, or at least it seemed like one of the videos that you were talking about wasn't there.
No, it's gone because it was, so before this one, there should be two videos. There was one that said the Earth is flat about 45 minutes, and then another one that was 6 seconds that said the Earth was flat.
What a POS. Yeah. Didn't even keep it up. Wow.
Which just makes no sense.
Did you put it down, Bob, from your upload?
I have it downloaded. I took it down, yes, but I have the video itself downloaded, obviously. But
I don't think it has anything to do with views or anything. Look how many views he got on this video 2 weeks ago. 180,000 views. Those days are long gone for me. Any videos of that kind of views. 78,000 views on this one. 51,000 views a week ago. So he's getting views. He doesn't need to put Flat Earth in anything. He's doing fine.
Yep.
These videos are doing fine. People, I'm sure, appreciate his research on the Australian fires. But now, I'm not going to watch those videos. What if he's telling me lies today? What if tomorrow he comes out and says, oh, actually, I don't really believe that. I just was saying that so that people would realize that the truth movement is the problem and that we shouldn't be researching. Well, what does he call what he's doing here? This is all research. This is all him researching the fires and talking about the fires. And yet then I can't follow. I'm checking out. I'm one of those commenters that says, I'm checking out. Maybe I'll tune back in a couple months and see if he's found himself again. I have no idea. I have no clue.
Yeah. Why did you get to know him? Was he an adversary of what you're posting when talking about early in 2014, 2015?
No. He's actually, he's a truther. So, a lot of us are on the same team, and he certainly wasn't like... he wasn't 100% anti-us. He came on the show, he talked about it, he said, well, I still think there's southern flights, and we showed him the anomalies, and then he came out with a video basically saying, oh, yeah, there is some anomalies with the compass direction, and, I'm not sure why that is, and there is some issues with the globe, and I do see what the flat earthers are saying. So that's why I wasn't real surprised, and I've heard him throughout the last couple years, every once in a while, talking about flat earth, and I didn't think he was real overly negative about it. I thought he just was kind of not there yet. That's why I was happy when he came out and said he was a flat earther, because I was like, okay, good. This shows me that people, after a little while, can find the error of their ways, or at least see. And he, why did he come out and apologize to all of us at the beginning? I thought that was to all of us, but I guess
me too.
Was that a real apology now or not? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he just wanted to get our attention, for whatever reason, and what it was that he felt was so important to literally bring down the wrath of the entire flat Earth community on him, as well as completely discredit himself, is beyond me.
Yeah, and then the whole comment about the deep fake, and then saying he's not able to say that, and I can't even follow that. I don't understand what he means by.
I guess he's trying to pretend that he was deep faked, and somebody would have gone through, because for deep faking, you still have to have the voiceover. Somebody has to do the voice, even if you can transform the voice. You have to have the whole text set up. I mean, it's totally not realistic what he's trying to claim here. I guess it's his way of backpedaling, right? But
I guess I don't understand why you would say with deepfake technology they could have me on saying, I mean, that just doesn't make sense. That'd be like me.
Yeah, he talks about this virtual reality stuff that he talks about all the time. But deepfakes are detectable. There's even algorithms that are made to detect deepfakes because they're in courts and so on. People work on that. So,
but isn't that creating exactly what the deepfake needs? Is you coming on and saying exactly what you're saying the deepfake would say? I mean, it'd be like me coming on and doing a video and saying, I think the Earth's a globe. Here's all the reasons I think it's a globe. Then the next day coming out with a video saying, oh, well, if you ever see a video of me with saying what I said yesterday, then that's a deep fake. Well, what do you mean? Well, then you just
maybe
said that
it's a
yesterday.
trap. Like he's putting out that video, you take it, and if you upload it someday again in the future, he's going to claim it that it's deep fake just to kind of cover the tracks. I guess he's trying to. It's some loony way of doing it, but
it's a lot of looniness.
If he's in so much of these simulation theory in computers and uploading and matrix and levels and whatnot that he talks about, it sounds like a gamer. Then who knows? It's just
because
fantasy.
as Bill Cooper said, and I said Bill Hicks last time, but as Bill Cooper said, when you tell the truth, you piss everyone off. And I'm kind of pissed off as well now. I've figured out the truth about what we're doing and what I've been involved with the truth movement and what this really is.
What is it really?
And hopefully I can put this together in some sort of a coherent form.
Doubt it.
That you'll understand, folks, because I tell you, I've been processing a lot of stuff. But I've figured out how it all works. And the reason I use game when I say game is because that's the way they play it. They play the destruction of worlds like a game, and that's what they're doing. But anyway, let me see if I've got an edit here. If I've got to stop sometimes and think, I'll put a couple of edits in, but I try not to edit in these videos.
What?
But like I said, I've often said on the show, truth is subjective depending on what you want to believe.
Truth is subjective.
And that belief is the enemy of knowledge. These are two really important things. And something else I've always said is that you can have no stake in the outcome.
That's like a kind of double think. If truth is the enemy of knowledge, how can you just imagine anything and make it happen, right? That doesn't even make sense. I think at least it's double think, because it's an oxymoron at the very least in some level.
I struggle with that too. I don't know where he's going. That, but I mean, I guess. Part of what he's saying I kind of resonate with a little bit, in the fact that because we live on this earth, that really if you want to believe that the earth is flat, then you can live your life believing that the earth is flat. And if you want to believe that the earth is a globe, you can live your life believing the earth is a globe. That part I get. But I don't understand besides that to say that truth is subjective. Well, because you're believing in one thing doesn't make it true.
It really depends on the case of what it is. Like there's some cases that's something that I try to look into those kinds of questions. In some experiences, it might be that you have your experience is different than somebody else. You have a discussion with someone. There's a fight. Usually you find that one thing is true and the other person finds that something else is true, and you have to either find a compromise or change that. But then that's kind of grounds for saying it's subjective. It's kind of it's like de gustibus non disputandum. That's like a saying from Horace, and it is about taste you shall not discuss. Like you shouldn't have a discussion about I like strawberries and you like bananas.
Right.
You have your preference. You're gonna like bananas. I'm gonna like strawberries better. And when I get my waffle, it's gonna be the strawberry waffle. And which one is better? That and is it true? And what's your belief? You're gonna say that your taste or belief is your experience. You prefer that, but then you're getting into this subjective realm. See,
right.
But when it comes to things we see, like perspectives, things you can measure, experiments that we can make and then replicate and then confirm, and questions you can ask collectively, that's very different. See, like this is all I'm trying to point to. If
right.
Like in music, a C major 7 has to have a B flat and a E and a C, it has to have it. Otherwise, not a C major with a flat 7,
Right.
It is a typical thing. Everybody has to agree with this. Otherwise, we can all carry on and play together.
Yeah, but we are able to go out and do experiments, and we're going to show you the Salton Sea, and we're going to prove today that you can see too far. And so, when you're seeing what the globe won't allow, when there should be a thing of water, that's where I'm a little bit confused, where he's saying that,
I've known it to be true, but
listen a little bit more.
I've never really known why I said it and known the significance of why.
He gets on and on in the subjective lines, but he never talks. This is one of the things that's a red flag. He doesn't talk about what the system, what we can actually try to test and observe, and different flights and planes and instruments and whatnot.
It's like a lot of
doesn't
words.
get into any.
It's just a lot of words, and I think Bob's right though. I think what he was trying to do, or whoever said it, was to get our attention. And I hope he realizes that it's not in a positive way. It's not like, now I see the
bad
inside
attention.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to hear liars. I don't want to hear people that.
You just straight up pissed me off.
How can you have a globe, and how can you have a flat, and how can you have a holographic universe? Because that's the reality. I mean, the globe universe, or the globe Earth, the flat Earth, the holographic universe, the fractal universe, the electric universe, they all fit together, and they all coexist at the same time. And I'm going to try to explain to you how that works at the moment.
It's like some multiverse mumbo jumbo kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, they don't all exist in the fact of what we would like to think exist means. I mean,
it just exists in your imagination as a simulation you make through mathematics, if you will.
Right.
And that's like a game, just like a game exists when you play it. But
right, and that must be what he's saying. Because if we believe that the Jupiter and the moons of Jupiter, if we believe that that's some sort of simulation, and it's not at all a physical world or a gas giant in some billion miles away from Earth or whatever, then I just don't see how you could say they all exist. I mean, either they do or they don't. And we've pointed out.
Yeah, it's still untestable, right? This kind of thing. You can believe it's physical. Some people can believe it's just a projection, but you're not going to go there and try to touch it. It so far hasn't happened, right? We try our best, but it's one of those things we're gonna have to kind of live with. Being some things you cannot answer. Austin's here.
Oh, Austin, what's up? Oh, maybe he's here.
Hi guys.
Hey, Austin, welcome to the show, everybody. This is Austin Whitsitt from Whitsitt Gets It and the newest Globebuster. What's up, my friend?
Hi, Austin.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Good.
We're just talking here, listening to a little bit of Max Egan. Who, I mean, if you're looking for somebody, I don't know, in a search for truth, the person that I don't want to listen to is somebody that just tells me, well, everything is true. That's not
This was
helpful.
crazy to listen to. I had never heard of this guy, but I mean, just to be honest, it's pretty clear that he's bullshitting. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, yeah.
It's insane.
For sure.
I think he's just kind of, this is my opinion. Again, I've never listened to him, but I feel like he's maybe keeps up with Globebusters, and he's starting to see that the movement's growing, and so he kind of prides himself as this always on point with the truth kind of guy. So he's getting out in front of the fact that maybe he was wrong about the Earth, but at the same time trying not to lose the people that listen to him to believe that it wasn't flat. So I don't know.
Yeah, we'll listen to a little bit more, and then I probably can't take anymore. Let's see if he says anything else.
The Earth that we live on is a globe. It's a beautiful globe, Earth. But the Earth that we operate on is also flat. And I'm going to try to explain this to you, how it works, because, again, it depends on what you believe. Belief is subjective. Truth is subjective depending on what
he goes again at the same thing. He
and
repeats
you can have
himself.
two truths. It depends on what your belief system is. And, and it looks at how virtual reality is created as well. I mean, we think it's going to be all these computers we build and they're going to transfer our consciousness into a mainframe and rah. Yeah, they are. That's what they want to do. But the question is how they're going to do that. What's the MO? Is it going to be hooking us up with SCART plugs or something, or is it just going to be done with Wi-Fi? Because that's the way it's going to be done, folks, because that's what they tried to do with me on Saturday night.
Who's they?
But I'd looked at the whole thing.
He got zapped. It was
Flat Earth
zapping.
and globe Earth, and I thought, well, hang on, both are possible. The Earth is a globe, yes. The Earth is flat, yes, and they can both coexist at the same time. And as soon as I uploaded that video, they thought, wow, we've got him, and they hit me, but I don't believe either one. I can see the truth in each one, but I don't believe either one. So I think they kind of missed out. That's why I missed the ride, and I'm glad I missed the ride.
And folks, when he's talking about missing the ride, he's talking about ascending to another plane of existence. That's what I think he's talking about. Again, I'm really trying to get away from saying I don't believe, I don't trust these. It's like it's for each person to find their own. Who am I to get in their truth path? But for me, on my journey, certainly not watching Max Egan talk nonsense in circles. It is, but it isn't. It could be, it couldn't be. It was, and it wasn't, and should be, and shouldn't be. What?
Yeah, right.
What? I mean, I'm not looking to have my brain scrambled, which is, I think, what you'll eventually get with this guy. So I don't know. Anybody final comments on this? Or
he's got the same writers that work for NASA or something.
Right.
Yeah.
We can go to the moon, but we can't. You can go through the Van Allen belts, but you can't. It's the same kind of nonsense, right? You can't. How can you ever follow that? You just there's evidence for whatever you're looking for. It's like, oh yeah, we can't
do everything at the same time. You've always done it.
Yeah, so I don't know. I can't watch much more of that, but
Karen, did you know this guy before?
Yeah, I was familiar with him before, but I didn't really watch him very much because he was so aggressively against Flat Earth. And for me, I was just like, okay, well, I'm not going to follow somebody who is so condescending. They're name-calling. They're just extremely rude about it. It's like you can disagree, but you don't have to be so rude about it. There's a lot of people that I followed before Flat Earth that I thought had good information, but then this thing came around and you talk to them about it and they're like, Mark Passio. I used to watch a lot of Mark Passio and follow his stuff a lot, but he called Flat Earthers vermin. So, I was just like, all right, you know what? If you're going to be a jerk about it, well then screw you. I don't need to listen to that anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, because you can just be, at least the way I want to be, where I'm open to everything. Because I could told Dave Weiss and stuff. I mean, there's certain things that Dave Weiss says, and rather than me say I don't believe that or I don't agree with that, it's just easier for me to say I'm not there yet. Maybe eventually I'll get there, maybe not. But it's still, we're all on a truth journey, and one thing I've realized is that I feel differently today than I felt a year ago, which I felt differently than I felt a year before that, and I felt differently than I felt a year before that. So I realize now that I am always kind of changing, and so it's sometimes not fair to say, oh, I don't believe that, I don't agree with that, just because you never know. I'm on a journey, I'm on a path, and it's up to each person.
Just not going back to the ball, right?
Well, unless it ever shows itself to be true, and they're so far from that. I mean, that. I don't see anything true in the ball spinning model. There's some issues with the AE map, if you want to call it that, and things that we haven't figured out yet. But it's just in a few years, and people are still doing research. We never know when something's going to come along. So just because there's some issues with something doesn't mean you just say, "Oh, well, that's complete garbage." There's issues right now with it. Now, when you're talking about, I'm quite
curious to hear from Austin. What was the thing that turned him finally? Because I know he started looking at. He talked about B.O.B. and looking into it, but then what was the turning point?
Yeah, I'll let Austin. Yeah, Austin, tell us. And just one more time, everybody should subscribe. I did put Austin's link to his channel in the description, so you can scroll down. I believe it's at the bottom of everybody's list there to subscribe to Austin. But he's the newest globe buster, and I think his journey is important to hear, and he's well spoken. So yeah, go ahead and tell Rodrigo a little bit about. I like your story about how you heard B.O.B. and then went from there.
I was listening to B.O.B.'s Element mixtapes. He was talking about a bunch of conspiracies I already knew. He said the Earth was flat. I was like, wow, I can't listen to this dude anymore. Went and checked it out. Turns out there's a lot more to it than you would think on the surface. I researched it for a while, and then I got to a point, maybe a couple years into, or a little less, where I was like, gun to my head, the Earth is flat if I have to pick. And I just kind of got to a point where I don't think I'm really going to know. And I kind of fell off on it. I was getting like kickback from everyone in my family for it, everyone in my life in general, friends. And then here recently, I started looking into it a little bit more, and I started finding out, well, the top areas of science in all kinds of ways is just not right, or falling apart, or observations aren't working with it. So for me, what really was like the exclamation point was, well, our base understanding of the physical world in modern consensus science seems to be off. So that meshes right in with, well, we're imposing the theory of relativity. We're imposing these spherical bodies. That's why everything is off. So it just kind of clicked in my mind to where it was like, well, 1 and 1 is 2. So.
And then you started looking more into it, and that's why you're here, I guess.
Into it.
And yet, what is your interest right now that you're looking into?
Kind of obsessed with the idea of dark matter, dark energy, being nothing more than the ether. So one thing I haven't done is really, in more of a detailed research, look into the intricacies of how they know. Of course, this is listening to NASA, and we all know they're not the credible source, but just that there's more plasma than they thought there was, and so I'm kind of obsessed with the idea of well, we actually do have proofs for the ether, and that and average person won't know that, but they're flooded in science. They're just hidden with words like quantum foam and quantum fields and dark energy. So ether is very, very real. So I'm kind of trying to, that's my next plan of attack, if you will, is to kind of like in-depth research their own studies that end up being damning to their model.
Very cool.
Good stuff. One thing I did forget to mention that I want to show is, if anybody out there speaks these different languages besides English, obviously, and besides, I think, Rodrigo, you're going to take Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
And I think Iru's taking Spanish. So these three... Oh, wait, maybe I can bring this up. Is that a little easier? Let's see here. Hold on. I'm trying to get this squared away. There we go. So you can see my mouse. So Portuguese, USA, and Spanish are taken. But basically, we're looking for people who speak each of these languages: Russian, Greek, Italian, French, Japanese, Hindi, German, Arabic, Norwegian, Bulgarian, Dutch, and Finnish. And then also, I think one that's not on here that probably should be is Mandarin, because I think Mandarin is the number one spoken language in the world, if I'm not mistaken. But what we're looking for is Dave Weiss is going to add a new feature to the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, Zodiac Clock app, where everybody knows right now where the FAQ button is. You can click FAQ. Basically, you can click any of the 21 questions, and then it will take you to a playlist that is designed all around that specific question. So what he wants to do is, if you swipe right from the playlist, then you'll get this screen. And basically, you can click any of these buttons, and you will get a playlist in that language. But in order for us to do that, we have to have somebody who speaks each language who's in charge of a playlist. And it would be very easy. All you would need to do is create a playlist on YouTube and put all the best Flat Earth videos in that language. So, I'm sure that's what Rodrigo's going to basically do, is he's going to start a new playlist on his YouTube channel that's called Portuguese videos or whatever, and then go through all of his favorite Portuguese videos. And it's very easy. You just click the Add to Playlist button, and then he'll just add a bunch of videos to the Portuguese playlist. This way, when people go click Portuguese, they'll go to Rodrigo's playlist. And it's something you have to kind of manage over time, because maybe there's new videos that come out. Maybe you need to reorder them. Is that kind of what Dave told you?
Yeah, I think that's the idea, because he has been basically curating, right? That's what you might call it.
Right.
He selects good videos that catches his attention, but he's very aware of what's going on all the time. He's doing that full time. And then we should do something similar.
Right.
But then of course, I think to start with, there should be a good selection of videos there. So it takes a little bit of time. You don't want to just put anything there. This is one of the things I started talking to some people in Brazil today about this, to say, some people I trust there, because there's a lot of stuff, just as you expect. There's, the Max Egans out there. Right. So just got to be a little careful. Obviously, David, I suggested, and David said, yeah, put on top of the list the translation that we did from the NASA Going Nowhere.
Gotcha.
And then go from there. I'm going to look into some channels. I have some friends, and I know they've been putting a lot of work. So I'm going to make a selection, but I don't want to be too, just go around and just haphazardly making selections without taking a good look.
So
what's coming up.
So what we're really looking for is people who, of course, like I said, not Portuguese, not Spanish, not USA, but any of these other languages. If you're willing to be in charge of that specific languages playlist, then please email David at info@theflatearthpodcast.com. One more time, that's info, I-N-F-O, at theflatearthpodcast.com, and just let him know, hey, I speak Hindi and would be willing to be in charge of that playlist. And then I'm sure he'll email you back and tell you, okay, you've got the position or whatever, and then you just need to send him a link to the playlist, which he'll put on the app. And then this way, if anybody ever flips to the next page from the FAQs and clicks Hindi, then it will go to your channel's playlist where you have a bunch of videos saved under that playlist for that language. So help David Weiss out. He continues to do great work with that app. He continues to come out with new features, and I think it's great if we can help him out. If people want to help out with this, that'd be great. info@theflatearthpodcast.com. So that's that. And then I want to get into the Salton Sea, unless there's anything else. I guess we'll do a little bit of Salton Sea. And then we'll come
I was wondering
if email in the chat, just so everybody knows. Sorry.
Thank you.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just want to say that I put the email in the chat for David, info@theflatearthpodcast.com, if you want to help translate the app to those languages.
Yeah.
I was
going to say we'll probably keep tearing Max a new one a little bit on Sunday on Globebusters too, because there's still a few other things that need to be said about it, I think, but it can wait until Sunday for sure.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, I'll show some Salton Sea stuff, and I know this is kind of a podcast, but people will have to check this out.
Yeah, just one question for Bob. Is it in the app? Are they gonna try? I think it was. It's there already. That goes to Bob Wins.
The Bob Wins is what there?
I don't think that's on the app.
No, in the app, because David had this plan of trying to put it so that you could see the different kinds of flows on top of the flat Earth map, but that was too heavy. So I think the plan was to click on somewhere, and that would take you to, I guess, Bob Wins.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. And the guy that's doing the Bob Wins map is, keeps adding stuff to it all the time. He's trying to make it better and better.
Yeah, because those things combined, the Bob Wins is very, it's spot on, right? So
yeah, well, right now you can click. There's a little, a weather button on the side of the app that brings up kind of that, AE kind of top-down North Pole in the center view, and you can look at temperature and wind and precipitation.
That's it.
Right, that's already there. That I don't think that's from Bob's Wins, but I could be wrong.
Right.
I don't know where he gets that exact information from, but he's always improving it and always updating it. Yeah, there you go, yeah. Noah. Do you think that's by chance that it's called Noah? I don't know.
Yeah, I know, right?
I doubt it.
Weird.
All right, so I'm going to show people some Salton Sea stuff. Again, I went down there on Saturday, but they were there on Friday, and they got much better observations than I got on Saturday. So I'm going to show you some of the views. Actually, what I'll show you first is Google Earth, just so you guys can remember what we're talking about here. Let's see, bring this up, transition. So this is Google Earth. I just kept the line here of what we did. We didn't even go over to this side and look this way because they were the same distance, and we did get the observations, like we said, on Friday here. So this is the corner of Capri Road, which I'm going to be showing you that here in a second. And this is the way that we were looking, and then you'll be able to see how the pictures and videos match up. All right. So like I said, it's very easy to look off in this direction, and you just look for this outstretched land. Oops, what did I do? Sorry, I whoa. I went somewhere else. Sorry, let me get this back.
You're everywhere.
There we go. So anyway, so we're looking at this, and then I wanted to show people the geothermal plant. And so this is the direction we're looking, right past this outstretched land. You'll be able to see that in a second. And we're looking, this line here is 20, let me look at it real quick, properties, just so I know exactly measurements. Yeah, 27.7 miles, so we can call it 27 and a half if we want. And then this is the geothermal station. Let's let this thing, and I thought this was going to be much taller. It's very, very short, and I'll show you some pictures of it. And actually it's below sea level. So if you look at, or below Salton sea level, not sea level, but this is, well, it's also below sea level. This is negative 230 feet. If you can't, I don't know if you can see at the bottom of my screen, but you can do it yourself if you can't see that. Then you climb here and you're at like negative 235, 36, and then back here you can see it's actually lower. So this is negative 235. So this actually sits in a little gully behind this kind of wall here. And these are the smoke plumes that come out from this geothermal station. It's also got some lights on it. But that's basically what we were trying to see. And one of the good things that they did, and let me bring this back, and then also you have the geothermal station, so you're also going to see images here in a second looking this way. Let's bring this up. Whoops. And you'll actually be able to see pretty easily here. Okay, so this is where they were in front of the geothermal. Actually, I think they might have been here at this corner, but same thing. And if we go this way, you can kind of see where they're looking at Capri. You can see the way this mountain kind of comes down here. And I'm going to be showing you some of that. So anyway, let me show you that piece. And you can see that they were we were all standing right here. Let's let this render. And again, this is a little bit up on a hill here. It's not much. You just walk a few steps down. So this is negative 230. This shows this is negative 220. So this right here is about 10 feet above the water line. But remember, we're looking some ridiculous distance, 27 and a half miles. So now that you've seen that, I'm going to show you some of the pictures. Let me get this up. Which one do I want to show first? Oh, and then another thing I do want to show. Let me bring up the browser and bring up.
So it's below sea level.
Yeah, I mean the Salton Sea is 230 feet below sea level, but the entire sea is listed as 230, negative 230. So this here is an image just so people can see, because I think when we were talking about it, we were saying, oh, it would be so much better if we could get the mirror flashes from the geothermal plant, because that's something that you can see from the distance. You can see the cloud, the plumes. Well, that's what they ultimately did, is they were able to do this. Oh, there, it's on the screen. They were able to basically do this double mirror. So what you have is you have somebody who's taking, remember, the sun's behind them. You're flashing the sun then at this mirror, which is shooting off into the distance, and these people are picking it up. So there's two pictures here kind of showing, take the sun from this direction, bounce it off this mirror, and then you've got people across the water trying to pick that up. And again, you have to have line of sight in order to see those mirror flashes. So let me show you first, what's the easiest way to I'll start out by showing you some of my visions when I got there. Let's see here. I want to go to, sorry, there's things all over the place I have to figure out. All right. So this is me at
one question,
sure.
if you will. I wonder if Bob can say something about it as well. When you're below sea level, do you have then more compression of air, meaning that the atmosphere will be thicker, and then that will make things a little bit more difficult than say if you're high in a lake, up in a mountain, in the cold.
Well, yeah, theoretically, yeah, the air would be denser below sea level. So, yeah, that would obviously change some optical characteristics of it, also.
Very true, and we're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see this doubling. So this is me getting to Capri. Is it playing? Okay. So this is me standing. Like I said, I'm about 10 feet above the water here, and now you can see me zooming in. This is about 6:30 in the morning, and remember that outstretched piece of land that we talked about. So you kind of zoom in, you find that tip of that land, and then you've got the geothermal plant. So now what you see here, oops, I didn't want to pause it when it's, and then that's one's a little bit further down. I could show you that one on the map too. But what you see here is a repeating, right? You've got this line here and everything is doubling. So I agree that there is some sort of like heavy atmospheric air here that we're not able to see through. Now remember, this is on Saturday when I went. This is after they got the good observations. But what I'm going to also show you is the height of these plumes is, in my estimation, and I'll show you some pictures and you guys can decide for yourselves how high you think these plumes are. To me, they seem to be no higher than 250 feet. And remember, this actually sits down even lower than the water level. So I think, if we were doing mirror flashes at this particular time, the mirror flashes would be happening about here, but you're being blocked by this atmospheric layer. But the fact that you can even see these smoke plumes, if you do the curve calculator, which we can bring up real quick here. Let me go curve. Yeah, we'll just do it here. So, eye height, we'll put 20 just because if I'm at 10 and, well, really it would be 10 because I'm at 10 feet, and remember the geothermal plant is actually below sea level, so really I could change this eye height to 5, but we'll leave it at 10, and then the distance of, we'll just put 27 rather than 27.75. But you'll see the target hidden height is 356 feet. Am I actually showing that or not? Shoot, sorry. Let me do that. There we go. So I just put that in here. We've got 10 feet eye height, 27 miles, and that comes out to 356. So this is how much feet should be hidden. So unless these smoke plumes are somehow 400 feet in the air, then there's no way we should see them. And if you're kind of looking at this thing here, you can picture the H1, which is your target hidden height, is, the geothermal plant is sitting down here. I estimate that the smoke plumes are maybe 150 feet, and I'll show you that shortly, and we shouldn't be able to see them at all. Let alone the lights. In a second, you're also going to see the lights of the geothermal plant, which are not even the smoke plumes. They're way down below, and they are able to get it. So let's check out. Let's see here. Let me get it up here, and I'll show you some of the images that they took. Now, these are the ones from Wendell on Friday. All right. So there's a flash from the mirror. So these are some mirror flashes that they were picking up. And again, the reason this is called What Curve is because they're going to be coming out with a documentary in response to Behind the Curve called Behind What Curve, and they're going to be able to show you all this video and information on them getting. This is basically what you see. You're looking across. There's that little outstretched piece of land, and here's your flashes, and this is well zoomed in, just like my video was. So here's some more flashes. I'm just going to kind of go through some of these images. And with the pink camera, that's from Capri looking south like I showed you, and that's a 740 nanometer infrared camera. There's another mirror flash there, and there's another one there. So you see it right at the horizon line. Now these views are reversed. The purple images are from the geothermal station looking north to Capri Road. That's using a 1000 nanometer infrared camera. And you can see, so remember we saw this little piece of land cutting down in our Google Earth, which, do I still have that up there? Yeah, actually I do. So I can just show that one more time, Google Earth. So remember, they're looking this direction from here, and that's basically what they're seeing. So you can, and actually my mountains are set to, I should probably change that just so you can see the real thing. Tools, options, let me change my elevation. I've got the elevation exaggeration on 3, but I'm going to change it back to 1 just so you can kind of, that's a more inline view with what they're actually seeing. And you can see this piece of land cut down here, and that's what we're seeing in those images. Let's go back. There we go. So this is them picking up the mirror flashes. Again, that mirror flash is taking place 10 feet above the water, and they're about 5 or 10 feet above the water on the other side. So this is clearly, the kind of evidence that we're talking about, that it's impossible on a globe. You are seeing too far. More still shots of mirror flashes. Let me scroll down a little.
Yep. Hey, Jaron,
yeah.
Just off topic for a second, but
sure.
You remember when they did the first salt and sea test and everybody was down there, and what magazine was it, Nat Geo or somebody else?
Nat Geo.
Yeah, it was Nat Geo, and they're saying, "Oh no, we're not seeing any flashes," even though the flat earthers are saying, "Look, we can see these things coming from the ground." Do we still have that footage? Because I think that would be really awesome to put in the Behind What Curve video,
all that
just to show what freaking liars they are.
Yeah, you're talking about when they tried to lift the balloon up with the reflective foil on the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They have that. So here's some still shots of mirror flashes. And again, you can see that they're all taking place at the exact same spot. It's not like they are, you can actually see it bright in there. And that's what's happening, is that there's a mirror flash. These people are not up on a hill. I just showed you where they're at. Well, it's not a hill. They're on a 10-foot little embankment. This is some photos of the moonrise. That's just, I think, extra stuff that they were showing. Here's some of his views of some still shots of the plumes coming from the geothermal plant. I think some of mine are better. But we'll go to my video and stuff. Right now we're looking at Wendell's stuff. This is the laser flashes. So these lights that you're seeing here are the geothermal plant. So you have to think about that. Remember, we just looked at Google Earth. We just saw where the geothermal plant actually sits below the level of the Salton Sea. And then it's got some buildings that stick up not very much, and I'll be able to show you those shortly. But you can see the lights.
What's the height of these lights? You know, did you get close to the stations?
They'd be nothing. Here, let me see if I can find a picture of.
You know what the death blow on this particular picture is, don't you? Is the reflection in the water.
Right.
There's no way that could be a refracted image and that be reflected like that. Impossible.
So this is the geothermal plant that's standing. You know, I'm standing there just taking a picture of what's behind me. This is from a little bit of a distance, and let's see.
Whoa, it's quite small then.
Oh, the geothermal plant is tiny. I'm trying to find a good picture. Oh yeah, so like this right here is like a little trailer, right? So you can see people just go in there. This is no higher than 10 feet. And so the geothermal plant itself, these things are very low. And I know it might look like, but remember, I'm just standing on the road. You can see that even the tops of the geothermal plant are not much higher than where I am. You know, maybe 50 feet. I don't even know what the estimation for the top of the highest point of the geothermal. But the lights that we saw, let me go back up here. The lights that we saw from the mirror flash, that's what those lights are, is the geothermal plant. So you can see just different images zooming in. That's a little bit closer. And remember, what they're doing on the other end is just shining the laser. And you can tell, that this is the source of the laser because these are the source of the lights of the geothermal plant. Yeah. So you got more here. And so they did some great work on Friday, really kind of picking up some of these laser flashes. I'm just scrolling through different pictures here. Hopefully you guys are seeing that.
Oh, yeah. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they did a really great job. So that's the geothermal plant. If you could see that outstretched land, it would be about right here, maybe about here. But you can't see that at night, obviously.
And that's, again, 27 miles away?
Yeah, 27.7. And then there's another geothermal plant. If you remember my image of there was like two smokes and then one smoke. That's kind of the other smoke from there. That's kind of zoomed back, so you can see now that the outstretched land would be about here, and you'd be able to see the smoke. And the smoke was, kind of varied a little bit, but what I did when I first got there in the morning, and we'll go back to those videos as soon as I'm done showing all this.
And there's even more lights there, to the right, whatever that is, also picking.
Yep, you can see beyond that land if you kind of go back and see. I mean, you shouldn't be able to see any of this stuff.
No.
So we got that. Now, here's when they started using the green laser, they were getting that doubling for some reason. And I guess, if I can remember right, and I wish Wendell was on to tell me, but I think Wendell said when they went down to the water, so remember Capri Road, they're 10 feet up. When they went down to the shore, they were seeing this doubling. And it's because you're getting lower into that layer. The closer you got to the water, the more you would see these two images kind of come together. So here you can see this doubling.
Makes sense.
And there's some more doubling. And again, I can't wait for them to bring out, all this footage in their movie. It should be good, and it's going to be called Behind What Curve. And if anybody has questions or wants to contact Wendell regarding that documentary, it's behindwhatcurve@gmail.com. So you can see here we're getting that doubling. And let's scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, so he just sent me a bunch of still shots. Here you got that laser beam coming across the water, geothermal plant, and really, when you see it from afar, you really wouldn't even be able to see the doubling. You have to zoom in, and the closer you zoom in, the more you can start to see that. There you go. That's a good kind of system right there. You can kind of go there to there to there, and really start to see the doubling as you zoom in super close. Here's what I think people might fail to realize. Remember, this is looking across 27 miles. Think of 27 miles from you, trying to zoom in with your camera and pick up something, and we're able to pick up a laser light being shined from 27 miles away. That's crazy to me when I think of cities that are 30 miles or 25 miles from me, and then picture zooming in with my camera. It's insane that you would be able to see anything.
What was the drop again that was supposed to be there for the 27 kilometers?
400 feet.
Yeah, 27 miles.
Yeah, 27
miles. Yes,
sorry. That's like 40 kilometers, I think.
350 feet. 350 feet is the supposed drop. And remember, there's supposed to be a hump of 150 feet. It might be 140, might be 160. I'll have to plug it back in to see. Sorry, you guys can't see that. But yeah, when you zoom in there, they are shining both. And I think I have some images of that from Dan the Waterman where they're shining both a blue and a green at the same time. You can see the blue and the green at the same time. And let me see if I have any other images here I need to show.
It's amazing how that people see this and they see the ball. You know, if you're gonna fall for the Max Egan thing, that you believe whatever you want. It's not really very. There's no no debate here.
Whether it's not looming, right? Looming is that's when something is supposedly higher than it should be, right? Refraction is what they say brings things from behind the curve. Is that right, Bob?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think about it, if the world is flat, which we know it is, looming really doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
And in every example, when they try and show looming, it's not what it is, unless they're talking about when you get the reverse, right? When you have like a Fata Morgana, where the image is upside down and inverted on top of it, right? And that's a mirage. That's when you are seeing a mirage. So at the beginning of my videos, when the guy says what you're seeing here is a mirage, no, it's not. Those are buildings. They're right side up. They're just like what we're seeing here. This is not a mirage of the smoke or of the steam plumes. This is the steam plumes, and then they're reflecting below in what I consider the atmosphere. So this is
the mirages are almost always inverted, and they're always distorted. You never see a crystal clear, so-called mirage. That's absurd.
No.
That they call those that.
So this is the geothermal station, like I said, the three of them, and if you want to kind of contrast that, if we go up and find
for me, Jaron, like it just seems that optically what you have is that denser layer of vapor, I guess it's right above the water, generates a kind of mirror itself. It is sort of a gradient that with the distance it accumulates with distance. So when it's close to you, you cannot see it. But as it goes far away, it becomes something. It's kind of like on the beach. You can see, when you look at a stretch of beach from the side, you see that happening, right? The kind of accumulation of all the stuff coming out of the ocean. But I think this is kind of what's going on here. Is this, it's almost invisible. When it starts being visible, it starts mirroring. And in this case, because it's more dense, maybe it's a little bit more pronounced being under that under the ocean. Right. It would be interesting to see other observations like in high places and dry places and compare to get a sense for what can happen and if you can monitor the temperatures. I know it's more difficult, but I think FE Core probably has done that or is doing this. I don't know, Bob, but it is it's
this is what
you know about the nudes.
The nudes.
Nudes.
Yeah. The nudes, the non-uniform density transition zone.
There you go. All right.
And like the more extreme the angle of your eye gets to that as far as you can see off in the distance, then that moisture, that water becomes like a mirror because of that extreme grazing angle really far away.
Exactly. So, it makes perfect sense to me that.
And you can clearly see the doubling, right about here. This is exact mirror image. And so, what I think is happening is, that geothermal plant is probably sitting right about here. And what you're getting is just a reflection of this on the dense atmosphere, as Rodrigo said. That's the one where I zoomed into the left a little bit. That's back out to show you this. And we saw, weird stuff like this happening too, where this is more water back behind kind of that doubling there. And this is the geothermal plant, just one more time just to show that, and then I'll get into some videos. So again, this is kind of from a far distance showing this is kind of, I drove around the side just to kind of get an idea of how big these plumes are, but really what we're seeing is these plumes here. And to me, the best I could estimate would be 150 feet. There's no way that it's 500 feet. Again, you have to be there to see how small this station is. The station is tiny. It doesn't have any tall smokestacks. Figure, okay, how tall is a telephone pole, Bob? Do you know? Or a
I'm sorry,
20 feet, 20, 30
a telephone pole, probably 40 feet, I'd say.
40 feet. Okay, so if you count these aren't probably telephone poles; they're more electrical poles. But if these are anywhere near back here, you can see that pretty much they are taller than the station. Here you go, some poles. So the height of this station is maximum 50 feet. So when you estimate how tall these plumes are, and again, this is very close. This is not as tall as you might think. I'm standing right here looking at this, so it's not a very big steam plant. This is when I went over to the geothermal side looking back, and this is what they would have been zooming into when we saw the flashes at Capri. Let me see what else I have here. This is when I first got there, because you have to set your IR camera. You have to manually set the color balance. Well, I couldn't do that when it was dark, so I was taking these purple images. Once I take my camera and I take a photo of something green and manually set that as the white, that's when I can start pulling the black and white images. So this is the infrared early in the morning, very early, and seeing some of the doubling there. There's that outstretched land. And again, this is that kind of mucky air right here. Let's see here. Keep going. So this is me trying to take. So again, on this, and there you go, looking over. This is on the left side to the land that skirts out, and you can see this is all doubling. So this is just mirror images. This is exact mirror image of this, mirror image of this, mirror image of this the whole way. There's the plumes. That's kind of what you certainly couldn't see that with your eyes. You couldn't even see the plumes with your eyes. You had to zoom in to pick these up. As we can go back and look at the video here, I'm just showing. So this is after it got a little bit lighter and I was able to change my color to black and white. These are the plumes that I was seeing across the water. Again, you can see doubling right about there. It started to get a little bit brighter in the day. It got harder to see. But I did get a really good one later. I'm trying to find that one. Maybe it's, this one right below here. Watch this one. That's a good view that I was able to get with infrared. And
Jaron, what was the nanometer on your conversion again?
Mine is 830.
830 nanometers? Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
And then the one that they're showing is 740. When we were up here, these pink images are 740, and then the purple images are 1000. So these look really good. Again, this is why it's awesome to get out there and actually see how great it is when you have either some sort of backdrop that you can pick up. Because once you see that, then you're able just to stay on that spot. And you kind of can draw these lines, and you can say, okay, we're looking for a mirror flash right in between those lines. And if you kind of go through all these images, the mirror flashes take place at the exact same spot. So it's not like, oh, that's a car driving by. Oh, that's I don't know, whatever else you want to think it is. Obviously, it's the mirror flashes. They're always in the same spot. Here's some more. And they're basically going on and off with the people flashing. And then same thing over here. These are clearly mirror flashes. There's nothing else could even be that bright with this camera.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's that. And then let me go back to here.
Yeah, and if you're getting some cars along that road, that's also significant, right?
Well, the road sits back quite a bit. It depends what road you're really looking at. But let me see. Oh, here's a video of the plants let's see.
What's beyond this, Jaron? Like on that image to the right, it's almost like there's no features beyond it. What's that?
No, there isn't. You're looking 27 miles. So
right.
It's I'll show you the Google Earth, but here's me standing at the and that's kind of the one that I think people are seeing off to the left, and then these are the ones that are right behind us at the geothermal, which again, this thing is not much taller than 50 feet, so I kept estimating 150 feet for these clouds. I'll give you 200, I'll give you 300. I mean, whatever it is, we still shouldn't even be seeing them. And especially when you saw the lights. The lights are kind of the linchpin, right? When you're able to see the lights of the geothermal plant, that's huge. Again, and once we go and look at, let me bring this up here.
Totally. It's good that they are as thorough as they are, but, like I said before, to try and convince the Glober trolls who, let's face it, are brain dead morons, it's pointless. It's ridiculous to even try to. We're trying to appeal to people that are honestly looking at this, that are using common sense, that can look at that and go, yep, you're right. No amount of refraction is going to cause that to happen, whatever. We should not be seeing this far, period.
Absolutely. That's the answer. Let me zoom in over here and just show Rodrigo the direction that we're looking. Oops. I'm not showing.
I was just wondering if there were mountains in the back that you also pick up behind the plants.
No.
So I was just wondering what's beyond it.
Well, you can kind of see here, if we turn this view here and we're looking for mountains off here, there is none. There's nothing here. Look at the height of these mountains. We're talking, they're, 50 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet. I mean, this is all the way back. You're not getting anything 100 feet, 100 feet.
Yeah,
this is going
those aren't mountains.
No.
Those are hills.
Nothing.
For how long is this until you hit something?
Looks like to the
across
ocean.
All the way to Mexico or something.
Yeah, all the way to Mexico. Yep, you would hit the Mexican, you'd hit the Baja there.
So it's a desert. Back. That's it.
Yeah, and it's super, super low. I mean, obviously, whoops, I lost. Where did I go? Where's the Salton Sea? Oh, there we go. And this is all just farmland. You know, I had to drive out here. What a nightmare it was to drive here. It looks like that shouldn't be that bad of a drive. You have to take this road, you have to go this way, which drives you away, and then you go through here, and then you have to wave goodbye to the geothermal station because you have to drive all the way over here to hit this road and then come back. It's an hour drive from here to here and an hour back. And we had to do that twice that day. I got there in the morning at like 6:30 in the morning, or I got there at like 5. By 6:30 or 7, I drove down here just to see what the height of those plumes were. Then I had to drive back. Then Wendell and everybody showed up, and then they're like, okay, we're going to the geothermal station. It's like, what, all of us? Yes. Like, I just drove that. And then I had to drive an hour back and an hour this way. And the other fun thing is on this road somewhere, I don't know where it is, right in here somewhere, is the, what do you call it, immigration station? No, what is it called? The border station. So everybody has to stop and get checked by the police. And the first time I went through, it's only coming back. The first time going through was not a problem. The guy just kind of waved me through. The second time, he made me open the back of my car and made me open my trunk, or the back of my car, and he looked through my trunk for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, that's on the way back there. So this is the geothermal station. You're also seeing, like I said, the other lights that you were seeing to the left are probably this station back here, and that's the one that I was showing you when I was standing here, how I zoomed off into the distance to pick up that, and then the video that we were looking at is me kind of showing these two stations, and this is the one that's off to the left that we were also seeing, which is even further away. And behind that, you're not seeing anything. There's nothing even with lights that you'd be able to pick up back here.
Right.
Right. Kalipatria. So anyway, that's where they were picking up those lights and the mirror flashes. Let me get back to my video, see if there's anything else I wanted to show.
So the geothermal station is in Mexico?
No, that's all. That's all.
What was the border patrol that you went through? I
don't even know why it's there. It's I'm not sure if you can see it on. When we take this road back, there was a little. Is it right here? I'm not sure if I'd even be able to see it. Right here somewhere, you have to get the road kind of veers off, and there's a whole checking station. That's where there's like cops, and if you have a bus, I saw a couple buses in front of me, and if you're in a bus, the police board the bus with dogs. I don't know if that's something they do very often or why they do that. I'm not sure where it is. Maybe drugs and people. Maybe somebody knows exactly where that is on this road. I don't remember if it was. I think it was right about here, but I don't see a picture of it. Or maybe it's here. I don't know. It's kind of like it's not on the freeway. You have to pull off the freeway. Everybody waits in line. This gets all backed up full of cars. Takes about 15 minutes to get through it. And these people like board your car and board your bus, and then could be here too. I'm not sure exactly where it was. It was about halfway, about 30 minutes into the drive, which it seems about there. It certainly wasn't up north this way. So anyway, let me go back to. Oops, I didn't even have people showing that. All right, so this is just some more video that I was trying to film, but you can definitely see all the doubling here. This is at 6:30. I don't know if you guys can actually see the time or not, but it's on my screen.
Yep.
So this is the other side of the land. Oh, you can see it. Okay.
Yep.
And so
Illuminati
that's
confirmed.
So this is well before the sun rose, as you can tell. There's no sunrise yet. The sun will actually rise from, maybe if I go back here a little bit, the sun rises about back here-ish, coming this way. But this is what I was seeing in the morning, and that's when I started thinking, hopefully this isn't too bad of conditions. But it kind of burned off, and we were able to see a little bit better in some of the infrared, but we were never able to pick up mirror flashes, at least with me on Saturday. And the kind of cool thing for them, bad thing for me, was that they weren't really that interested because they'd got all that they needed the night before. So they kind of tried. You can see all this weirdness going on. Like, what is this? This is where that land outskirts. I don't know what this all is behind. It's just a repeating. So that's, and this isn't with infrared, obviously. This is my other camera. I've got a Sony, I don't know what it is, DSC-HXV or something.
A little handy cam?
Yeah, which I love. Actually, It's a great camera. But that's without the infrared. That's when the light started to come up. This is back to infrared. So you can see the infrared is crazy because I couldn't see that with my eyes. Like, I couldn't really see those smoke plumes. But then you can kind of zoom in. So this is me just showing where I'm at on Capri Road. Does it say what time? No, this camera doesn't say what time it was. I think I was just showing where we're at. That sign is right at the end of Capri Road. Just showing people that, I'm 10 feet high. And let's see here, what else you can see. So as we start to zoom in, the other thing, I don't know if anybody else has infrared cameras, but they know that zooming with the infrared camera is a pain in the butt. I mean, everybody says that you really get this breakdown of the image, and then you have to kind of really wait. You have to zoom back a lot of times to kind of try and get it to crisp up. It's just not as easy as when you have a regular camera. At least for me, I just see how I can't get the picture to crisp up here.
Yeah.
This is the P900 that's converted?
Yes. But then eventually you'll get, so here.
There's no manual focus on it that you can mess with.
It does have a manual focus, but it's hard to use.
It's a pain to use.
It is hard. And so you can see, back from about there is the best that I was being able to get as soon as I got any closer. So I actually got better views with the Sony. Oh, that one's not bad there. But I noticed this doubling, and you can see these clouds here. I think they're coming from down here, and this is just the atmosphere that's getting in the way here. But you can see also the doubling going on there. Let's see what else I have here.
Looks like a Rorschach test.
Yeah. So this was all in the morning before I went to the other side. And then once I was seeing all this, I said, well, I need to know. And I had a buddy there, David Romero, one of my patrons, was on the other side. And he was trying to get pictures of me. And I kept asking him, how high are those plumes behind you? He's like, I don't know, 50 feet? I'm like, no, they got to be taller than 50 feet. I'm like, how tall are the plumes? He's like, I don't know, 100 feet? I'm like, dude, I have to drive down there. I'm like, I got to see these for myself because I'd never been to the south side. So that's when, so this is kind of the last video I took before I left. You can see here we still don't have a sunrise yet. And there's those plumes. You just kind of follow that land out. There's the 3 stations. 1, 2. This is kind of where they were standing doing the mirror flashes from, and then you can kind of look to your left and see the other station over there. So then what I did is I drove, and by the time I got to the other side, now it's 7:41 in the morning, and now it's the sun's up. So that's why you don't see the sunrise from the other side. And then this is what I saw when I got there. Just basically these things are a lot smaller than I thought. They sit down below, and then that's the one off to the left. So again, what I'm looking at here is the 2 stations you can see to the right. And then you look to the left.
I was thinking it's interesting. It would be interesting to know if the distance between the lights, so you can know, that distance between just between the farthest light inside the station, so we know what.
Yeah, see, and I never went. I did go over here the second day, but I didn't stay long enough for the lights to come on, so I never got to see the lights. The other thing is that when you look at it this way, just so people see, the reason you only can see 2 is from the angle that I'm at Capri. This one is blocked by this one. So that's why you can only really see 2. You can see this one, and you can see this one, and then this is the one to the left. So that's why you see 3 plumes in the infrared, is because you're seeing that one, you're seeing that one, and you can see this one. And this, actually, from that angle from right to left here, is behind this one. So you can't see that one. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, this was interesting. This is me from the geothermal station looking across, and this is when I was like, oh boy, Wendell, we got to do the double mirror flash, because when I would zoom in, look at what you can see all this. These are cars. Come on, tighten up.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, let me get a little better. And this is the reason for this too, is because the sun had just rose behind me, right? And so all those cars were hitting. There we go. This is that road I was showing you. And
you sure they're not just seagulls coming in for a landing?
There's a lot of birds out there. Definitely a lot of birds, but here you can see a little better that if you watch carefully, those cars are all moving. Half of them are going to the right, half of them are coming to the left. You're not seeing lights or anything. What you're actually seeing is sun glints off of all these cars. So if you kind of,
wow,
I would have to slow it down, but if you're watching these, half these glints are moving to the right, half the glints are moving to the left. Why? Because they are cars.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they're cars.
Yeah. And it, just because the sun was right behind me, I'm looking across, and every single car is reflecting the sun. So when they did the mirror flashes, as you saw, once you zoom into that one spot, you can tell that's not a car, or even if it was, you shouldn't be able to see a car parked on Capri, which is where they're looking. And you also, look at this. This is another weird thing I was seeing. And then I'll show you
How far away is that road?
Probably 30 miles, and the road is, let me show you on the Google Earth here. So we're looking at this road. It just depends on where exactly I'm looking. I think I'm seeing about this spot here. I don't think I'm seeing much beyond the Salton Sea Beach, so it's probably 25 miles, over this. And this land's all just flat. It's not very high at all. And then the weird thing is, though, we were seeing a lot of doubling even up higher. Let me see if I can find that where that was, which is weird. And then I've also got images of the train. Remember last time I took images of the train? So this is just me panning left and right to look at all these cars along that road all the way along the side of Salton Sea. But as far as where Capri Road was, if they were there with me, I would have been able to point right at it, but I didn't know where it was from my side.
How low is Salton Sea? 200 below?
230.
Or 230?
Yeah. So let me see if we can get back here. So you're seeing it even repeating there, I think. Let me see, is it there? I thought I was able to see it. The other thing that's hard is that you can see everything. It's hard to see when you're there, especially this direction, because, of course, your viewfinder is right with the sun right behind you. So it's very hard for me to see even this through the viewfinder. There you can see some repeating. Let me go back a little bit. So even from here, and I think it has a lot to do with what Rodrigo was saying, the fact that we're so low, I think a lot of this is repeating, which is even up higher. Let's see what's on this next one.
Do you have
Sorry, I'm not showing you guys.
before other video from other times you've been there from the same location?
Yeah, I'd have to bring it up
What was
again.
it? Yeah, the Nat Geo location. Where was that?
Capri Road. Oh, there's some repeating. See that?
Yep. Wendell's in the chat, by the way.
Hey, Wendell. Maybe he wants to come on and talk a little bit. Let me see. Let me add him, and he can kind of tell everybody what he saw. Let me see if he wants to come on the Skype.
Yeah, Wendell. Join the panel, man.
Wendell, I'm going to add you to the call, and you should be able to see it. Let me see. Add. Where do I go? Oops. Add person.
Sometimes it's easier just to search for it. There you go. Whoops, you got too many W's there.
You got to spell it right. Wendell, there we go.
There he is.
All right. I added you, Wendell, if you want to join, and you can kind of talk to everybody about some of the stuff. You know better than I. I mean, you've been down there enough times now. Let me bring this back up.
Hey. Adam, and you can kind of tell everybody what he's...
Yep, there he is. Hey, Wendell.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hello.
What's up, Wendell?
Hey, Wendell.
This is great. I didn't see that footage that you got in Jaron of the cars going across. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, that's some of the stuff that I got when I was at the geothermal. What am I filming here? Don't know what I'm filming. Okay. Some of this stuff I don't even know what I'm filming here. This is kind of when everybody was getting there, but you can see now the sun's like right in our eyes, which was making it quite difficult to see. And if I zoom in, Wendell, what's your experience as far as the infrared camera with having trouble zooming? You have the same kind of issue?
Yeah, and you can put autofocus to that side little button bar, but I couldn't get it to work with the P900. So yeah, it's frustrating. And the darker the lens, so as you go up with the infrared filters, they get darker and darker, and then it's even harder to focus.
So this is some of the train footage, and people remember last time I got the train footage, but we had a mass difference where before the train was like here and down here. There was a huge distance between the train and the reflection, and this time, because I think it was cooler out, so obviously the air was less humid and warm, we get less of a mirror image, but we still get quite a mirror image of that train going by. So I filmed that to kind of show people the difference, and you can actually see that's even crazy as it gets away from it. Look how the mirror image expands. Sorry for my terrible filming, but I just wanted to show that again because people remember last time I showed a lot of the mirror of the train mirroring up. There's some, but I think it has a lot to do with what you're talking about, Rodrigo. Maybe because we are 230 feet below, that we're getting kind of a extra dense layer. What do you think about that, Wendell?
I do, and we confirmed it that second night. It was really interesting. That the first time that we gone out and did that 18-mile laser observation from Capri to Bombay, what was interesting is that when you would shine the laser up, there was this colder inversion layer, so it would start bending upwards. But if you brought it back down to the same like horizontal level as where we were at, the laser would go straight. So that was just proof that yes, the layer that we were looking through was one density, and about I'd say maybe 50 feet above us was this thicker, colder inversion layer. So the second night, after you'd left, I had the lasers, pointed out, and you really couldn't see much because it was getting a little foggy. So from Capri, looking back towards the South Shore, they would kind of see a haze, not a real defined laser beam.
We saw that the whole day. Yeah, the whole day there was like, and I forgot if you said, was there fires behind you that you thought you saw, or?
There were. The farmers were burning slash, and it seems to happen every time we go down there. But so there was some brown muck in the air, as well as at night it started getting a little foggy. But so when we were shining the lasers towards Capri from the South Shore, I was trying to pinpoint, because the day before we had established exactly where to point. So the reason that we couldn't get any mirror flashes when you were there, Jaron, is just because of this muck and haze that was
No, because we knew exactly where to look. I mean, there's certainly no doubt about that. I mean, you're able just to easily, of course, these are zoomed in images that we're looking at now. Let me bring this up so I have it.
But I think it is striking, Jaron, the amount of the visibility, how low it is, beyond where you can see here in the mirror images, even on the right and the left of where you see. And this one in particular, the one that's pink, it's almost like featureless in the background.
Well, there's really nothing back there, and again, I think it all comes down to, and it might even be the way that they've been able to confuse the world for so long on this globe Earth kind of idea, is because we really can't see that far, especially when you're looking through any kind of a heavy atmosphere like this, or any atmosphere. I mean, even when you're looking across the ocean and you see, let's say, Canigou at 175 miles, you have to remember that mountain is 9,500 feet. It is a huge mountain. Canigou is gigantic. And the only time you can see it is when the sun gets directly behind it. And that's only 175 miles. So when you're looking this far, there's just, we can't see that far. And the funny thing is the distance that we can see is about the distance that they put the size of the globe. Now, I think that with
amazing, isn't it?
Right. With some of these zoom cameras and with some of these infrared and stuff, that's why we're proving that we can see too far. But you still can't see forever. So you'll never see 500 miles, in my opinion. You'll never see 300 miles. You can barely see 175 miles. Why can you see that? Well, because the sun gets behind a 9,000-foot mountain. And then you have to think that anything with any features gets too small after a short distance.
It would be interesting to see how that guy, the Pecos Henk channel is called, that managed to film the sprites from 480 kilometers away.
Right, that's crazy.
I guess the sprites are very bright, so the sprites would be kind of like the sun, what the sun would be doing here, right?
Right. And then, so you're talking about here, right? Oops, I'm sorry I wasn't showing that to everybody, sorry. But, from here, I guess if I would have been with you on the first day, Wendell, I would have known exactly the spot to be looking for Capri. So when you guys were looking for our mirror flashes on Saturday, were you seeing haze here? Why weren't you able to pick up our mirror flashes from the geothermal on Saturday? What were you seeing compared to this image here?
Well, nothing. You couldn't. All you saw was just this, like what some people call the ether band, right? This vapor barrier where nothing can get through.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we experienced that when we were at Salton last time, where it started dissipating later in the day, but you could get up on top of the picnic table and I can see the flash, and then you move your head down a foot, and wow, I can't see it flashing anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, Wendell, where did that term come from? The ether band? Is that a Travis thing or what?
I think so. I think he wants to coin the phrase.
I know, because it's like, Travis, that's not ether. That's not what it means. It makes me crazy when he calls it that.
Only one.
Yeah.
I'm like...
sounds scientific, doesn't it?
Vapor is atmo, not ether.
I call it like a vapor layer, or that's the best I can describe it.
Or the nuts.
How tall are these mountains in the back here from this image?
It's tall. San Ysidro's, Mount San Jacinto's behind us there.
That is Mount San Jacinto.
Not this one right here. I'm talking about the mountains behind us have San Jacinto. In fact, a lot of those mountains behind us had snow on them. So they're extremely tall. You want to see on Google? Is that what you're asking me? Let's look here.
No, I'm just curious do you have like did Wendell get a picture of the entire mountain from top to bottom? Just wondering because you can also see if some effects there. Look at compression and whatnot, depending on if you know the height. So if that changes along the day, and so kinds of stuff you could do if you have a camera standing for hours. Not sure you had that good. That probably wasn't the case.
This is Rabbit Peak, which is right here shows about 6,500 feet above sea level. This is Toro Peak. Maybe I'm wrong when I thought it was San Jacinto that was behind us. Maybe it's this Toro Peak. This is 8,500 feet, and from right behind us, we could see the snow on top of that. I don't think there was snow on top of this one. What's this one here? Martinez Mountain. These are only 4,000 feet.
You drove into this valley through the mountains.
No. For me, I came up. So I live up here, and came down around this way, and then you drive through Indio, and then through Mecca down into here, and then you can kind of split right about here. You can either go to the the west side, or the east side, and then to go around to the bottom, you have to drive all the way around, and then you have to come way out here into this city and come back. It's kind of a pain in the butt drive. Wendell, I was also telling people they were a little confused that you guys also got stopped at the border patrol station. I'm sure it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what that is, if you're going south and you pass it, you'll see all these cameras on both sides of the little bridge.
They photograph. Yeah.
And I asked the guy, "What are those for?" Those are DEA cameras. And what they're trying to do is monitor the traffic of people going south and then coming back. So it doesn't surprise me that your second trip back, they stopped you.
Right.
Just because, people, go down there with cash and come back with their product.
And it's amazing what you see when you're driving this way and on this side that's going south. It's like he said, and this is not where it is, so I don't know. Maybe this is it. Because this looks like a bunch of cameras. Basically, there's just cameras littering the side of the road, all taking pictures of your thing. And then when you come back this way, this might be actually where it is, right about here. And this might be.
There's one on both sides of the lake, actually, so you can't get around it.
I was wondering if you could go the other side. I've never driven the other side. I know you have to go over there to get to Bombay.
Is that a solar panel farm on the other side over there? Or?
There are some out there, yeah, and on wind farms and solar panel farms, yeah.
Yeah, to the left there, Jaron. That over there, the green area.
I think that's just trees.
Is that just trees? Okay. It kind of looked like solar panels a little bit. It's like, wow, that's a big array.
And then they had all kinds of planes, fighter jets or whatever you want to call them. What would you call those? They're almost like Blue Angel planes.
I think it was the Blue Angels practicing.
Yeah, they're out here doing 360s and doing maneuvers and stuff that was going on all day.
Is this desert area just kind of wilderness that you can go into?
This is the desert.
This is desert. Yeah, this is, you wouldn't walk out here. This is pretty crazy. And then there's got these farmlands in here. But these mountains are huge. I guess I was wrong. I thought that we could see San Jacinto, but San Jacinto must be, I don't know where it is.
It's
over here.
Probably blocked by the mountains that are right next to Salton.
But
it
anyway,
is back
these
here,
are
though.
huge. Yeah, huge mountains right behind you. And so anyway, looking this way, these are the mountains that, oops.
I just realized I was looking at the watch screen when I was asking you about the panels. My bad. Sorry about that. I must have sounded like a crazy man. I must have sounded like Max Egan on that one. Sorry.
I don't know if you could sound that bad. So that's kind of the view that you see. And if you get lower, this it was kind of weird because you could see this mountain here was covered with snow and this one wasn't. But you can kind of see why when you get up that this one's obviously much taller, but because of perspective, not because of curve. It got lower when you get on it. So, Walton, Wendell, tell me a little bit about the lights that are behind the laser light. Are those all the geothermal station lights?
Yeah. So when Sydney Silver and I went around and we mapped all the communication towers, and some of them were around the geothermal plants, the lights that you're seeing are on these tall poles, but they're not more than 50 feet tall.
Right.
And it's just to illuminate the whole geothermal plant area. The red blinking lights, which I don't know if we actually captured any of that. The tallest tower was maybe 200 feet tall, which is still well below any kind of curve. I think at that distance, the bulge calculator shows it at being 127 feet. So almost a 13-story building.
So those lights are basically these, they're kind of these things here, standing up.
Yeah, maybe you can even measure there, Jaron, with your measuring tools to get a sense. Even an estimate would be okay.
Well, they can't be taller than 50 feet because, I mean, were you shocked, Wendell, I was shocked at the height of this station. I thought it was much, much taller.
But yeah, me too.
I mean, the fact is, if you stand on this road and look at the geothermal, there's really no part of the buildings that seem to be taller than where you are. And I think the best example I have
I meant measuring the distance between the lights, if you know what I'm saying, to match the observation.
I wouldn't know which ones are actually the lights, but it might be like this one. Oh, that's not a stick. I'm just looking for the shadows because the shadow kind of tells me.
Yeah, you had it, I guess, in the back of it.
Like this one here looks like a shadow.
Yeah.
See this right here? This kind of looks like a light, and these are telephone wires or something.
It's hard to tell which lights you're actually looking at because the perspective is going to compress them not only up and down but side to side. So you might have like two lights that were, right next to each other that would appear as one light.
Right.
Yeah, some of those lights seem to be behind. You can tell some are weaker if they're the same kind of light. Then you can. I was just wondering because there's a bunch of things you can try to extract from the information, and one thing that might be interesting, from that point of view, is that you could get an estimate from the distance between the lights, and you get a sense of how much you're zooming in from the distance you are, and so on. You can plot that and whatnot. Somebody who could.
Well, this is zoomed in quite a bit. To get this,
sorry?
I said this is zoomed in quite a bit. That's probably the fullest that your camera can zoom there. And then you guys were also doing the multiple lasers. I don't think I had downloaded any of those images because I think Dan sent me some where you guys were just kind of blowing smoke in the lasers and stuff.
Yeah,
seemed like fun.
Movie magic.
So are these lights here that I see on the other side? Are these the stand-up lights for the other geothermal?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Hey, Wendell, what kind of lasers do you guys have?
I had a blue 5-watt, and I had 3 blue 3 watts, a green 1 watt, and a 500 milliwatt red, and a 1 watt violet. So
Lord,
you could see all that. Well, I had actually coffee with Lamar Glover. So he was the scientist who was at Astronomy on Tap and Behind the Curve, and he said, you know what, get some different colored lasers so that you get the different bands of light. And we couldn't see the violet one at all. I mean, you could kind of see the red one. You could see the blue. And the green was the best. But so it was just interesting seeing across there. And what I was going to mention...
How was it with him? Because I talked to him, Wendell, and just wondering how you cut through that. And how did you go with him? Because he's pretty nice.
It was great. He's a great guy. He really is true to his word. He wants to reach out to flat earthers, and he's interested in the data that we're collecting. He shared that he's of the opinion that it still falls within the margin of error. So I think maybe after he sees this, it'll be a little different. So I invited him to come out, but he couldn't come out to Salton. But maybe when we go out next week to the Salt Flats, he'll join us. I don't know. One of the things I was going to mention, though, when we were wrapping up on day 2 with the lasers, I set it up. We had it turned on. The lasers will cycle 2 minutes, so 2 minutes on, 2 minutes off. So while we're trying to kind of get it, we knew where to point, and they said they could, see it, but it was hazy. And I left it, and I'm like, and then it moved. And I was like, wait a minute, I didn't touch it. What's moving? And what I noticed, about 20 feet in front of me, all of a sudden, the laser beam just bends. It bent about, I don't know, maybe a couple of inches at least, but it was this big curve. It looked like a big snake. And then the end point of where it was pointing also moved. So there was this denser, colder layer of air coming in and affecting the laser light. So that was amazing to see. But it didn't happen that way on the first night, but the second night with the fog coming in and all that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
One thing that it makes me wonder about is that if you can have, I don't know if you can get different angles on the camera to observe what you said with multiple lasers, maybe you can get a sense for the different layers moving, the flow of these layers at different densities and temperatures. I wonder how else you can observe it if with temperature cameras, those kinds of temperature things.
Oh,
but
yeah, like a thermal camera, yeah.
Thermal camera or something, to combine. But I guess
a thermal camera is not
described.
A thermal camera can't see 27 miles. I mean, at least I've seen, not one we can afford or buy. If you're talking about like those FLIR cameras.
Yeah, but if it's pointing at the lasers, I'm just wondering, because if you have a grid of laser, if you imagine a grid of laser and the different layers, and what Wendell was just saying, that he observed the laser going through the layers and behaving, if you can observe that grid of lasers, you can get a sense of how the layers work. Be quite interesting.
That's true. If you can observe how each beam individually is being affected, you might be able to see a wave coming across. What caught me off guard was that instead of the laser beam bending up or down, it was side to side, because it was kind of rolling in from the right to the left.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. Yeah.
So basically, that's all. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to tell anybody, Wendell. But thank you for all those images, and I can't wait to see the movie. I'm sure it's going to be great to show some of this stuff off.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you know what? I can ask Wendell my question now, really quick. So, Wendell, I was asking Jaron earlier about one of the earlier Salton Sea observation when Nat Geo was out there, and when everybody was able to see the balloons and stuff all the way across the sea, and they're saying, oh no, you can't see any of that, it's got to be hidden by the curvature and stuff. And then they showed their footage, which didn't show anything, of course. I was just wondering, are you going to include that in the movie to show what freaking liars they are?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to nail them.
That needs to be pointed out so bad, because that was infuriating. Those guys doing that was just unreal. So awesome. Yeah.
Mike Bull did an awesome debunk of that video, as well as what IAG came out with. And it's interesting because you see the Nat Geo interviewer next to what was his name, Ross, I think, from IAG, and he's down at his camera. Oh yeah, there's a hump, there's the curve, and then Mike points out, it's like, look, count the stripes. We're seeing all the stripes and just maybe like 6 inches of the bottom one covered, and the horizon of the water behind it. So.
Right, which is just goes back to the whole taboo conspiracy stuff when we're seeing the horizon too far, especially when you got the camera down at the lower level like they had it.
Yeah, you should have heard that Rumpus guy, trying to explain that away with refraction.
Oh,
that was comedy at its best. What an idiot that guy is.
It's painful at this point.
It is. It's so bad.
It's hilarious, because they saying something, they're leading the audience in that one, the Nat Geo, and then there's the horizon beyond the pole. It's just like, what? It's right in your face, staring in your face. Wow.
It is, but Jaron, share what Spencer told you last time we were down at Salton, that he doesn't care if you saw 500 miles.
No. No, that's what I keep saying. I mean, their position is that if you can't see what you're looking at, so for instance, if we can't pick up mirror flashes or we can't see the geothermal plant, the reason is because the curve of the Earth is blocking it. But if we can see it, it's because the curve of the Earth allows light to travel along the curve of the Earth. So you'll never be able to prove anything. I mean, if I was looking from here and saw the South Pole, they would just say, oh, well, that's because the curve of the Earth allows the light to travel from the South Pole along the bend of the Earth all the way to your eyes. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the only thing they can say, really, to hold up their stupid model.
Yeah,
is to make absurd claims like that.
Yeah, it's the same thing when I pointed out to Chris Monk that whales could communicate over vast distances. He tried to claim that the sound was following a tube and bouncing off the bottom of the ocean and bouncing off the surface of the ocean and down and following the zigzag around the ball.
Bouncing off the surface?
Yeah,
from underneath?
Oh, boy.
That's what he said, yeah. I was like, oh my goodness, okay.
That's hilarious. Yeah, it's funny because Chris Monk used to be so reasonable. He used to actually, and I keep all those Chris Monk footages up on the Globebusters 2 24/7 feed. With all those interviews of him providing all those outstanding flat Earth proofs, and now to hear him resort to ridiculous crap like that.
Yeah,
it's just unreal.
The crazy thing about this observation or this view here is the distance between this piece of land and these two smoke plumes, which is huge.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's what I was trying to get to by talking about the lights and the distances, because then you can get a sense of what kind of distances you're actually covering horizontally, if you know what I mean. Which is, you get the sense the distance between the plants is enough to kind of make a little ruler,
right?
But I mean,
because you have to remember, I'm here looking this direction, so that little piece of land that we see kicking out here. From there, move that. From there to the geothermal is 23 miles. Oh, so when you look at this view here, kind of hate having to keep going back and forth. Which one am I looking at? Pop player. There. So when you're looking here at this view, the distance between this point here and these two things here is 23 miles. Just in that distance. That's crazy.
On a different level, right? It's not a horizontal distance. You know what I mean? It's what perspective is compressing.
Yeah, and
things horizontally as well.
I always tell people you got to get out there and do this stuff yourself. Wendell will tell you that. I'm sure Bob will tell you that. There's just no justice that it can do, really. And until people realize that when we're showing those smoke plumes, I mean, you're seeing those, like we said, from here, the corner. This right here is where you're seeing my video. Oops, sorry.
Right.
This little thing right here is that stop sign I was showing. So, I'm parked about here. We're looking across, looking right past that outstretched land there. And then just
what does Google Earth show from the actual position that you're on, like on its simulation? Like, does it even resemble reality?
Sure. You mean like if I drop my person there?
Yeah. I mean, there'll be a photograph, right? In their simulation.
Let's see here. Well, they show it very hazy, but this is pretty close. It's very old because there's not even a end sign here.
Right.
See, like motorhomes parked here usually, but this is exactly what we see. I mean, this is the end of Capri Road, and then this is where there's like 25 of us doing the observation on that day. And basically, you're looking out this way. You can see that piece of land come out to here. And if you just turn a little bit, then you can see these mountains hit the land right about here. So that's what you're seeing in the video. And then you can see those smoke plumes coming out. So I think when that guy was saying you can see the geothermal plant, he's probably talking about at night. Number one, you can see those lights. And during the day, you can definitely see the smoke plumes. Now, whether or not you can actually ever see the physical geothermal plant, well, number one, it's behind that hill. Remember I showed you where it sits down in like a gully? And Wendell can talk about that. I mean, that geothermal plant actually sits well below even where the water is, let alone the 10 feet that you're up high. Right, Wendell?
Yeah, that's a good point. It does sit either at or below what the water level is there. And also on those pink infrared mirror flashes, I left a little bit of sliver on the far right. You can see that's the land as well, just to kind of give you perspective.
Right. Yeah, I saw those.
Where it's at.
I showed that. But I mean, really, if you're looking across this distance and you've got, you remember, this land comes up 10 feet, and then the geothermal sits behind that. I mean, I just don't think you're ever
it's a levee.
Yeah,
it's like a levee.
So you have to picture you're down here. So you can see from even right here, I can't see the geothermal plant. The geothermal station is below that levee. So that's where I started thinking, I don't think you can even see it. Now, Dan the Waterman came on Raw last Monday and told me, oh, no, he thinks you can see the geothermal station. I told him, I don't think so. Not if this levee is 10 feet high. Is that what you had it at, or did you have it at 15?
It's hard to tell because it's a distance back, a little bit back from the water, but I'd say you could say 15.
Yeah.
I know that at Capri we put the altimeter on there, and that at the pavement it's 13.
Oh, 13. Okay, it shows 10 on here. But really, when you're looking at this, and then if this is negative 230 and this is negative 235, then this sits well below up here. Because this, like you said, if this is 10 or 15, then you're talking this sits 20 feet below. But like I said, even if you just are from right here, get down to the low position, which is kind of what you're looking at, you can't see the geothermal station. You're just not going to see it. So in my opinion, when the guy said he could see the geothermal station, he could probably see the plumes, but I believe it's going to have a hard time seeing with perspective. As soon as you get down here, you're not going to see the geothermal station. So
how tall are the buildings?
like I said, maximum maybe 50 from what I could tell. I mean, none of these buildings are tall. You'd have to be there to see it. I mean, it's just not. These things all run very low. And it's weird for me because, I mean, especially, Wendell, you've been to Monterey Bay. I mean, the difference between this and like the smokestacks at Moss Landing, huge difference.
Well, 500
Well, don't
feet.
you have pictures of them, Jaron, where they have like stairs on the side of it? How many stairs are on the side of the building? That'll tell you how tall it is, or about.
I have some pictures, didn't I? Let me go back there and look. Bring those up. What do I need to bring up? Salt images. In here. And I think my video was the best because I took a video right when I got over some of these pictures. So this is from the thing. Okay. So you're talking about like here?
Yeah.
I mean, I even think this, I mean, people have to realize this is telephone poles, right? So, I mean, these are not very tall. And everything is lower than that. So it's very, especially when you're looking, it's down below. This is kind of deceiving even looking at it because I could see where somebody says, oh, these are tall. These are,
right,
but they're not. And I'm trying to even look for like a truck or a car or something to kind of show. This is probably the best that I could see, although this is far away. This is in the distance, but this little thing is just a regular trailer. Like people go in there and stuff, right? That's far away. That's far away. This is right next to me. I don't know if you can see stairs, but I mean, my estimation was there. That's kind of good.
There
so
you
maybe,
go, right there.
Right. So each of these is probably
like 3 stories.
Right.
Yeah.
So 30, 40 feet maybe. I could see this being 50 feet. And Bob said these telephone poles are 40 feet.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, I could see the highest part of this structure being 40. And then that's looking the other way, but that's kind of the haze that you see. And then when it got smoky from the other side looking this way, it was even worse than that. And you could see like this brown cloud right in our path, and that's why I don't think we were able to see any mirror flashes on Saturday. But I'm really happy that you guys got such good footage from Friday.
Yeah, us too. You never know what you're going to get when you get out there, just like a box of chocolates.
No, it's up in the air, and it changes throughout the day. I mean, it was crazy to get there in the morning and see, what I saw, and then see it kind of transform. And I was just I would have liked to have seen the sunrise, but I didn't get to see that because I was on the road. That's when I left. This is before the sunrise, and then I left, and by the time I got over here, the sun was already up. Because that's a lot longer of a drive than I thought it was to get down to. And then, did you notice also, Wendell, that at night, is there nothing coming out of these?
No, night. It's 24/7. There's steam coming out of the top.
But I noticed when we went back there the next day that it was much lower than I saw the morning. Like this was, and maybe it's just because it's morning and it's steam, but the clouds were much, much taller when I went there this morning than the next day when I went with you guys. Extremely.
I would postulate that it was just colder, therefore,
it
would rise higher.
When I was standing here, the temperature was 36. It was freezing. It was so cold. This is, about 7:30 in the morning on Saturday. And then when we went back there, you're probably right. It was, what would you guess
50.
it was when we were over there? 50? And the clouds were, much, much smaller. I'm trying to think if do I have pictures on my phone? Or let me see what I have. I might have stopped and taken a picture from my phone when we went back there. I'll have to look.
One of the biggest things about perspective, and I didn't really realize this until we went out to the salt flats and got that 35.6, because we put the lights in the back of the van and lifted up the back hatch and then drove that whole distance. And there's maybe, 3 or 4 different communication towers that are along that same road. And those communication towers, they could range anywhere from, 50 to 100 feet or whatever. But as it gets farther and farther away, they all compress down to the same level at the horizon. You can't tell if one, red blinky light is above another. They were all at the same level. So when you're looking across here at Salton and you're trying to see, the geothermal plants down there, it's all compressed right at the horizon level.
Right, compression is huge. That's why, I don't think you'll ever be able to see this. Number one, you've got the levee blocking you. Number two, it's too compressed. Think of how, you're only talking about 50 feet. So can you see
and
a
not
50-foot
like
tall
atmospheric compression, which happens too, but just the mere fact of perspective
alone
just brings it right down to that horizon line.
Right. I don't know if has anyone ever seen. There's images of like the New York skyline from 50 miles, and the buildings are tiny. They look like little miniature, tiny little because it's 50 miles away. So by then, all the buildings, even One World Trade Center, that kind of stuff, is so small. So when you're looking at this, remember we're looking 28 miles, and this building is 50 feet. So how big is something after 28 miles? It's going to be minuscule.
Pretty little.
Pretty little. So yeah. So let me see. I did get. Let me go here real quick. I did drop 2 pictures. I don't know what they are. Let's see. So this one. Oh, so that was when we went back, I think, later in the day, and those clouds just looked much, much smaller to me. But guess they kind of look about the same now that I look at them. But these clouds, there's no way these are taller than 150 feet.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
So, anywho, that's just.
I was wondering on the subject of the reflection on the water. If there's been any physical tests using concave mirrors and flat mirrors to see how the light behaves, because if we see, I'm just curious because I've heard, I think even Chris Monk's one of the people that he had one of those. I think Karen shared this; she would know that he was saying, if the water was curved, you cannot get that reflection going straight to the, which is what Bob was saying about the laser going straight through the water, like to the observer. But I'm wondering if you can go a step further, if anybody has, because if it is working like a mirror, you could get mirrors to one that's slightly curved, and then see how it actually works in just everyday kind of approach to experiments. I wonder if anybody's done that, because we had that interesting parabolic thing, because we see the parabolic mirrors, it causes inversion in the background, which is fascinating, right? And up close you're still straight, but everything in the back gets inverted.
I just think it's crazy. I mean, you're looking through 28 miles of atmosphere. I mean, to me that's just insane, and it's enough that we keep going out there and we just see too far. And there's just
but imagine this, Jaron. Like if that concave, and you remember what I'm talking about, that Bob was showing that they were looking at. I think it was at the conference. This kind of plastic thing that had the reflection inside of it. It almost looked like it was a hologram, right, of a feature on the wall.
Oh, and they could look at the star.
If that's happening, the star, yeah.
Yeah.
If that's happening there, could it happen above us, and could it invert whatever it is? Could it reflect things? How would it work? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Just thinking out loud. But could it have some effects? I guess so, right? Because we see the caustic effect that's been mentioned as well to explain what's happening in Antarctica, probably. But so something's going on, and it's just very interesting.
Oh, here's the image I was looking at. Let me bring this one up. This is the one that I was talking about. This is the one that I said was so much smaller. Oops. Hello? This one.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when we went back. So these are the lights that you're seeing.
I don't think you're on the live feed. Oh, there it is.
Oh, sorry.
Or no, you're not on the live feed yet.
No,
That's right.
There's a one light on top of that one building there.
Oops. I keep getting messed up here. Oh, this light here.
Mm-hmm.
And then these ones down here. So this kind of shows, this is just a regular sized trailer. So this is no higher than 10 feet. So if you kind of put that next to this building, it's no higher than 50. And probably this light here. And then see how the smoke was just so much less. This is when I went there the night.
There's some lights on in the back as well. There.
Yeah, which might be the lights that you said you saw that were just a little bit lower.
Softer. Mm-hmm.
Softer.
Lower, yeah.
Yes. But again, are those lights 450 feet tall?
No.
No.
No. So, Wendell, anything else you want to tell people? Go ahead. I have to run to the restroom, but tell people about what you guys are doing at the end of this month and how they can contact you and all that stuff, and any other things you wanted to talk about from this past weekend. But it was awesome seeing everybody out there, as always. I think I don't remember everybody's name all the time, but who is the guy, Wendell, that gave me the walking stick? I always forget that guy's name.
That's Randy.
Randy.
Yeah.
He's the one that was with Carrie?
Randy Kibble. Yeah.
Okay. He's awesome. Carrie
Great
was
guy.
there. Obviously, Sydney was there, and Dan the Waterman, and David Romero, who's my patron, was out there and doing the lonely work by himself at the geothermal plant. And Alan and his wife Wendy, who I met for the first time, and John Armstrong and family were there. They're awesome, man. They're great people. And Kristen was there, of course. Shelley Lewis and Wendell and Brooke Lumberjack, which is he's awesome, always there. So yeah, fantastic. I'm gonna run to the restroom, but go ahead, Wendell. Floor's yours.
Oh. Well, it's always great to have new people out and to see the excitement and exhilaration when they see their observation for the first time. It just kind of takes me back. So we're going to be out in Utah next week, doing a laser and mirror observations over the salt flats.
Awesome.
And we're going to try also we're going to redo that 35.6. And we're also going to try for a horizontal observation. So hopefully we can pull it off. But and then after that, we're going up to Bear Lake to do an observation over a hopefully semi-frozen-ish, lake. So over water at Salton, over land at the Salt Flats, and over ice up there at Bear Lake. And if anyone's interested to participate, they can send an email to behindwhatcurve@gmail.com. And then we can vet them and include them if they want to participate. So
yeah, Wendell, how many total observations have you done? I mean, I know you guys have been doing a ton of them. A lot of them at Salton Sea and all over the place. But you must be, getting quite a collection at this point, right?
Yeah. We started out, and I wasn't even a flat earther when Nat Geo was down there at Salton Sea. I was there to investigate. I went to that meetup in Arcadia the couple days before, and that was my first meetup. And I saw Mark Sargent was there, Rob Skiba, everybody was there, along with Nat Geo and CBS and all that. And I said, you know what, I got to put my eyeballs on it. So I just went down there. I also met Nathan Gonzalez, who's the first flat earther I ever met at a meetup. And I decided to go to where they were launching those balloons and the Mylar at Capri, and to help out. I wanted to see that side. And then all these people showed up, and then Nathan showed up. I was like, oh, hey, I know you. And so I thought everyone was a flat earther there. Come to find out, we were the only two that were on that side. But they couldn't see him. And when they brought the balloons back up to the Capri Road to put more helium in them, because the wind was blowing them at a 45, they couldn't get them to go up straight. Nathan worked with another person that was on the observation side, Josh V., and got to see them with his P900, kind of zoom. They were on FaceTime together, and, oh, hey, I see a semi on the highway behind you, and go left, go right. Okay, hey, I see you. So once they knew that we could be seen with those, with the P900 from the observation side, the IIG guy says, well, hey, tell our guys so we can find them, and then before we launch this thing back up again, let's all get our cameras on these balloons. So they did. And then we launched them back up because their idea was to get them up to about 50 feet and then bring them down to see where they disappeared. And then one of the balloons popped, and then it was over. And then I turned to the guy from IAG and I go, well, wait a minute. Didn't we see these on the road? Isn't that about 22 feet? And it was like deer in the headlights. Like you could just see things kind of going.
How am I going to cover this up?
Yeah, well,
exactly. How am I going to explain this away?
Yeah,
Wendell, I did have one question I didn't quite understand fully because I didn't see the laser flashes, but why in some images are we not seeing the doubling and then in other images we are? Is that simply them walking from the top of Capri Road down to the shore?
It could be. I'd have to verify that.
Because you weren't on that side, obviously. You were on the...
Yeah.
That'd be my only question is I'm wondering when we see the doubling. My opinion of that, I think, is what Brooke told me. Brooke said that he was seeing the doubling when he went to the shore. Okay. So again, Capri Road is which is crazy because if we're seeing that much doubling with only the 10 feet, I mean, it really tells you that you're almost that's about the height of the obstruction, or the, you know, that one layer is probably not more than a couple 10, 20, 30 feet. And so if you're up on Capri Road, which is only 10 feet above the water, or what did you say? The altimeter said 13?
13 at the asphalt. So if you add 5 more feet onto that, probably about 18 feet.
Okay, so 18 feet at the top of Capri Road, and then they walk down. So I think that's what's happening, is if you get lower, you're actually seeing a reflection in that layer. And if you get up to the top of the Capri at 18 feet, then you're kind of seeing over it. And then you just see the reflection run along the line.
I mean, you could visualize yourself on a pavement on a hot day, and the closer you get down to the pavement, the more you'll see that watery reflection effect. But when you stand up, then it kind of disappears. So it's probably the same effect happening.
Right.
Yeah, it's the closer you get to the surface of the water, the more acute that angle becomes between you and the horizon there.
Right, angle of incidence or whatever.
Right. And what was that terminology you were using, Karen?
The nudes.
Yeah, N-U-D-T-Z.
Yeah. That's from Steve Torrance and Zach when they were doing stuff. But yeah, the non-uniform density transition zone. But that's what it is, because it's non-uniform density transition zone. That's what it is. It's a really good way to describe it. I guess in mainstream they call it like atmospheric ducting, or the atmospheric duct, to explain that sort of distortion you see there on the horizon. But I mean, you know, the horizon isn't a physical place. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Correct.
It's, you know, and it changes all the time depending on what you're looking through. The light that you're looking, light travels in a straight line, but the medium through which the light travels through will bend it. You know, light bends towards the denser medium. So that's when you get those weird optical effects.
Well, I saw a lot of birds out there, but I didn't see any atmospheric ducks.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. The laser has, the reflection has a lot to do with it. It just tells you so much.
Yeah, the reflection is the actual stake through the heart. I mean, that could not happen, as a result of refraction. So that's beautiful, beautiful evidence.
Yeah, so a great job again, guys. Or Wendell, thank you so much for.
Well, thanks for coming out too, Jaron. That was I know that you pulled an all-nighter and you were a trooper through the whole thing. So
I don't know if I would call myself a trooper. I was not a trooper, but no, I guess I got through it. But did expect to get some sleep, and I was just tired, and I don't know. I'm just not. The days of being able to pull all-nighters are long ago for me.
Yeah, it only goes downhill from here, buddy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
much.
I don't anticipate it getting any better.
Maybe we should schedule nap time during the observation.
I'd be all for that. Yeah, I mean, I remember the days when we used to be able to pull all-nighters and you could just go the whole next day, no problem.
Yeah.
Maybe people still can do that, but and I was thinking I'll be able to do this because I got down there right about midnight and then tried to sleep in my car, and it was 1, 2 o'clock, and then I started getting messages from David saying he'd be there at 5. I'm like, all right, I'll meet you down there at 5, and just never actually fell asleep. I was like, I could do this, and then as time went on, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, noon, before you knew it, you're like, okay, I'm hating this now. But it was a good time, and it's great to see everybody down there, and got to meet somebody, Alan and his wife for the first time, and I love John Armstrong and his family. I'm shocked that they were there. They've been to every Flat Earth conference. And
through adversity too, because he lost his
his motorhome or something. Something happened to it, right?
The drive, whatever that pole is there.
Drive shaft.
Drive shaft. Yeah. He got hung up out of Joshua Tree, and So and they still made it out. So yeah, they're an awesome family, Austin and Tammy and John.
And it was cool. Shelly's kids are awesome. Her children. Good people, so she's raising them right. That was awesome to see them out there, both them. So no, I just thought it was a good time. And I mean, how many people did we have out there? Like 25?
Yeah,
I'd say about that many. I've never done a full count, but I would, because there's people I don't even know their names that were there, so I can't really.
Well, and as awesome as it was at Salton Sea, it'll be even more awesome on the Salt Flats. It's a beautiful area there, and then of course overland. I'd like to be able to tell Mick West that he can suck it.
Yeah.
You can tell him that anyway, Wendell.
I can. I will.
We've burned him so many times. It's just ridiculous.
It is. It's amazing that people can still hold on to their, with just a shred, and not even. There's no more things to hold on to, and yet they look foolish.
I'll show this again because we've shown it before. But remember, this happened the day that we were at Salton Sea in June. Remember, where you came up to me and told me, have you seen what, because we were talking about the mirror flashes. We were telling everybody about what we were going to do. And then the very next day, this showed up on the Metabunk curve calculator where it says right here in red. I can't find where things. Note, not accurate for observations over water very close to the horizon. Oh, boy. So, of course, because otherwise
they just keep moving the globe posts all over the place,
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I also wanted to mention, I didn't. Jaron had the idea because of where the sun's at and where you're flashing mirrors that we wouldn't be able to flash Capri at all. And you showed it a little bit, Jaron, but like using one mirror to give a full sun flash to the other mirror. And I thought the trigonometry on that would kind of not be able to make it work. But if you set one mirror up on a stand where it's stationary, you can position the other mirror to capture that full sun flash. So it worked.
Yeah, I always thought it would work. I didn't see any reason why that wouldn't be, especially because what you're saying is basically this mirror you set up with the sun right behind it, and then you can use this mirror bouncing off of it. Or I'm not sure if this guy was doing it or whether which mirror it was at this particular time. But you're able to do that. So that's interesting for next time if we're ever going to do mirror observations again somewhere probably other than Salton Sea. But if you do, to know that you can, before I was always saying, you have to have the sun behind you, or at least the sun behind the person observing. But now that's not really true. You can have the sun on either side. But I do think it's easier if you have the sun directly behind one of the people.
Exactly.
Right? If it's off to the side, it becomes a little bit more difficult because no matter what the length of the mirror is, if you're looking at like this bedroom type mirror, if the sun is over here and you're trying to shoot over here, you just don't get a good enough reflection off the mirror unless it's kind of right on, if that makes any sense. It has to be either behind Wendell here or behind the observer, one or the other, and then you can get good mirror flashes. Hello, puppy. Whoever's dog that is.
Oh, some delivery for next week.
So this, I think that's a good thing to know, and it's certainly easier when you have something you can look at. And now that I realize that you guys had such a clear shot of Capri, that shocked me right now when I was looking at some of your purple images, because you can definitely see where Capri is from those images. I don't know if Wendell left, but
no, I'm still. One of the things that we did too,
you can definitely see Capri,
which helped quite a bit, is we had Dan brought a pole that we stuck up out there, and so if you get something out that's 20 feet or 50 feet in front of you, that you can kind of use it to align,
right? Like almost like a crosshairs.
Right. You can use your compass and get a line of sight, and then if you put something out there, then you can use that to reflect the sunlight off the mirror from. So you actually know like the direction that you're flashing. It helped quite a bit.
Right. So this is kind of nice at Salton Sea because again, you're able to know where you're looking. With this outstretched piece of land, we were able to definitely know where they would be at the geothermal, and then they were able to look back, and even using the terrain, we're able to figure out exactly where Capri was. So pretty impressive work again. And then I don't know, these are just images of the moon rising, I guess. Yeah, that's what these are, I think.
That's cool.
Yeah, pretty cool image. And I'm sure he has more of that. But that's looking across. That's towards the east, obviously.
Brooke got those, yeah.
Oh, Brooke got these?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, pretty nice. And then these were some plumes. I think I got better footage of the plumes, really, than you guys did on that morning because I got there early.
Yeah.
But I think altogether it's just more evidence that we see too far. So anyway, we'll put all those away for now. And maybe we'll do a video, or I'll kind of wait and see what Wendell's going to do with his, I don't want to take the thunder out of the documentary. But it was good. Thank you for those stills, and combined with my images, I think people get an idea of what we were seeing down there.
Yep.
Well, we all can do it together. I mean, it takes a group of people to pull this off, and we really appreciate everyone who came out and who's coming out, so that we can all get it on the documentary.
Hey, Wendell, do you think Netflix will buy the documentary?
Well, you think? We're going to slam them hard, Bob. We're going to slam them hard. So,
yeah, you should try. What the heck, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be funny, too, because there's going to be a lot of humor in there. So it'll be a good watch. It'll be. And, but Behind What Curve, coming out soon as we can get everything shot and put together. So
that's awesome.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. So that's good, Wendell. If you want to go, you can hang around if you want, but that's probably all we need to discuss on.
Well, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I got a ton of stuff to get prepared. But I appreciate adding my 2 cents. So.
And people can definitely contact you at behindwhatcurve@gmail if they have any questions about the upcoming observations there at the Bear Lake and in Nevada. Or Utah, whatever.
Yeah.
On both.
Utah and Nevada and Idaho, because Bear Lake goes across Utah and Idaho.
Right.
So.
Oh, I did. While you're on, can I show you something real quick?
Yeah.
Just because we were talking about this last time, and I don't know. I just want to make sure this is where we're talking about. Let me bring up Google Earth here. I just want to see if the frontage road is what I told people, or if I was wrong about that. So I'm going to go to Bear Lake here. Let me flip around. Okay, so come on. Okay, so when you're talking, so Bear Lake is here, right?
I'm looking at the stream, so it takes a little bit to.
Oh,
yeah, there it is. Finally,
you should be able to see it on Skype. Hopefully, I don't know if you're looking at Skype or not. Am I not sharing my screen anymore on Skype? You guys can still see it, right?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. So
you took it off.
Yeah, I know. I took it back.
Okay.
So then, when you're talking about the salt flats, we are looking here, right? And this is the road that you were talking about. So Wendover, and then is this kind of the frontage road that you're talking about? Is this one here that runs next to the 80?
Right. Yep.
Okay. And so what you're basically saying was done is you guys set up somewhere on this frontage road and drove a car with a studio light in the back of it down this road, and were able to see it 30 miles down the road?
At 35 point. Well, with the studio lights, I think they dropped off after about 22 miles. So then we turned the car around and flashed the high beams, and they could see those. So then we kept on going down like a mile, turning around. Yep, can see it. And that went out to about 30 miles. And then they couldn't see anything. So we went out to like 35.6 before that frontage road turns, and turned around, turned everything on, couldn't see anything. And then I whipped out that little 10 milliwatt laser and pointed it down the road. And what's beautiful is that you know exactly where to point it. And they couldn't see it going up like a lightsaber, like with a stronger, laser.
Right.
But they could see the little green dot.
The 10 milliwatt laser?
A little
insane.
Isn't it?
Wow.
It's like, I didn't use it before because the battery wasn't charged. So I was charging it for the last 5 miles, and then whipped it in there and they could see it. So
there's a definite difference between the colors of the lasers and their effects.
Right. So my little one was a green one, and so it's going to be awesome. We're just going to kill it out there.
So the frontage road is really 40 miles straight shot.
Well, the longest the part that we were on, the cars don't drive down. It's more of an access road.
Right. Because everybody's on the 80.
Right. So if you're at the point at which it starts over by Wendover,
right,
we didn't want to go back more in that direction because of traffic.
No. Yeah. You probably want to start about right here then. Somewhere
right
here.
And then going east,
this way.
It's about 35 and change before the road curves.
Yeah, I have it about 40 miles till it breaks off to the right here. But that's a long stretch. And then let's drop the person down here just so people can see this road. Will it let me be on the frontage road? Oh no, it'll let me be on the freeway though.
And what's great is that there's all these what they call wadis. They're sectioned off areas where they evaporate water and then harvest the salt. So that road has to be flat. It has to be straight. And then there's a railroad tracks that are right there to the just to the south, to the left of Frontage Road. So that's an active set of tracks as well. But it would be interesting to get up on the tracks too and do an observation down the tracks as long as you don't get hit.
And did you guys look at the, I'm just going to check it here, the difference in elevation between the beginning of the frontage road and the end?
We got it. I don't remember what it is, but it's not much. The road does like hump a little bit. So I would think that maybe 3 or 4 feet. I'm going to try that when we go back and to get it, put the laser down on the asphalt and see if you can see it, and then bring it up to 4, 5, or 6 feet and see if that makes any kind of difference. But for the most part, it is like dead flat.
4225, 4225, 4222, 4223. Yeah, it's staying pretty flat. 4224, 4223. Wow, it's really flat. 4222.
Jeez.
4221. It's staying pretty flat. 4225. Let me go all the way to the end.
So the Glober argument would be, oh, well, that's just a flat, place on the Earth. And it's like, well, wait a minute.
Is that their argument?
Water bulge in the middle, just like it does in our oceans? Well, no. I mean, it's only a couple inches. All the water along there is maybe 6 inches or less. So
I actually like that the road slants up. I'm noticing that the very end of it is at 4255. So, I mean, if you're talking the 40-mile stretch, it looks like you go from 4225 to 4255, so 30 feet up. But I'm okay with that, especially when you look at the curve that needs to be in there. It doesn't matter that you're looking uphill. It's much better than trying to look downhill. I like that it kind of rises up the whole way.
The bulge is 210 feet. The bulge.
Right.
That's a 22-story building.
Right. So if you're looking at, the beginning to the end, you have to remember that the middle would have a bulge of, like you said, how many? 25
210
stories?
feet.
210 feet. So, 210-foot bulge, and yet you're able to see all the way to the other side. How is that possible? Yeah, that's very cool. And then what do you guys want to do at Bear Lake? I kind of forgot. I know you and I talked about it, but this is going to be frozen, or that's your hope?
Our hope is, yeah. It depends on the source. If you talk to the state, it's frozen 6 out of 7 years. If you talk to the snowmobile rental guy, he says it's 1 out of every 6 years. So I don't know.
Yeah, quite a big difference.
I don't know. Yeah.
And then you guys are going to be staying in Garden City?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And then,
has
anyone been there yet? I mean, is there access at both ends?
This looks like there is.
Yeah, it looks like
Taboo Conspiracy Ben has been there, and this is really his observation. He's really wanted to do something at Bear Lake, so we're since it's so close, it's only 3.5 hours from the Salt Flats. We're going to go up there and do that. So unfortunately, there's campgrounds at both the North and the South Shore, but they're closed during the winter.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if we're going to be able to, get access right there, but we'll find a place on the North and South, and we'll get, what we need to get. So he also said there's this like a lookout point there in the middle on the east side where you can see most, if not all, the lake. So we can hopefully we'll get some good shots from there as well.
And how long is the lake again? 18 or 20?
18 and change.
18 from north to south.
Right. So even if it's not frozen, it'll give us. I mean, the temperature there now is I think it's at 31 during the day and 27 at night, or maybe actually down to 17 at night. That's what it was. So it'll give us a different data set than what Salton gave us.
Oh, there's definitely access on the south side, for sure, because I see houses here, easy parking spots, and these kind of things, and you look like you can just walk right down here to the beach.
Right.
So
yeah,
I don't know if
there's just people there also.
Yeah, I think these are probably trailers and campgrounds or something. It's not letting me put a person down there.
And there's supposed to be snow there too, so that would affect access. But
Yeah, because it's, I mean, what is that? Yeah, it's over a mile high. Bob knows all about that.
The altitude here is pretty high. Is that it? So we're going to see some differences probably.
Yeah, that's why
Hopefully.
it'd be interesting. And then also with a frozen lake, I mean, that's really going to change. I don't think you'll get much, the temperature difference in the frozen lake versus the air right above it probably won't be that much difference.
Right. And we've got an Airbnb rented for Bear Lake, and we have like the main cabin will hold 16 people and the guest house will hold 8. So, if people want to come out, first come, first serve, but we can provide a place for you to stay.
And they can contact you at Behind What Curve?
At Gmail.
At Gmail.
Yeah. And one of the purposes of this big cabin that we're
road
renting is to also do interviews, like a debrief of some of the experiments that we've found, and also, just to give a face to Flat Earth, to let people know that we're just real people like anybody else. And we haven't been able to find a way to explain it other than it's flat.
I think that's a pretty reasonable explanation.
Considering, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, I guess Ben knows this area, but I don't know where the best place to have an observation from over here looks. Oh, is this kind of what you're talking about? Oh, yeah. This is where you're talking about, right? Wendell?
I'm looking at Shoreline.
This is the north end.
Okay.
But now I see what you're talking about. You're talking about this little cutout here, which looks like there's easy access off this road.
Right.
To the end. Okay,
and
gotcha.
boat ramp there and all that.
Okay.
So I'll just bring a pair of bolt cutters and we'll get into where we need to be. Oh, you didn't hear? Did I say that out loud? Oh.
Don't say that out loud. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sure there's access to here. Lots of people here, even though it's the winter. I'm assuming you'd be able to have access there. All right. Well, good to know that looks like access on both sides. For sure, if you're able to get to that little cutout there, there's definitely access there. And then over here, there's enough people and roads that I think you can easily get to the shore.
Yeah, even if we had just pull over on the side of the road, there'd be access all the way around.
Yeah, it looks like it. Doesn't look too difficult. It's right off the road, especially like here's another spot. And I know this is probably a picture from the summer when people are out there on the lake. You said they let you take snowmobiles out there? That's crazy.
Well, up in the mountains, I don't think anyone is going to drive out over
I was going to say, I don't think it freezes that much. You'd be able to fucking put a snowmobile out there.
They do ice fishing there.
Holy smokes, that is scary. I don't know who does
so
that.
So it does get thick enough, I guess, in some places, but yeah.
What was it that guy did that observation with the light, and he drove a truck through the lake though? I think that must have been way farther north, maybe in the winter. I think we were looking at it
where the truck fell into the water.
No.
Okay,
he was doing a flat Earth observation, but he was driving his truck in the lake.
Bob, is that the guy that did the 7 miles? Is that what he's talking about? I don't know if Bob left.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Jaron. Is what the 7 miles?
The guy who drove a truck through the lake.
Grauda 1. That was 7.5 miles.
Okay.
And he just recently did an 8-mile one. That he went way more elaborate on it. It's really good.
That's the one with the lights. Right. The lights set up the whole way around, right?
Yep, exactly.
And where was that? Was that far north somewhere? To drive a truck in a lake, I was wondering how thick it has to be.
Lake Manitoba, I think, is what he said. But it's frozen.
Canada.
Definitely. Way frozen.
Canada, man.
Yep, it's Canada.
Cool.
All right, Wendell, I won't bug you anymore. Appreciate you being on.
Okay. Thanks, Jaron. Thanks, everyone.
Take it easy.
All right. Cheers, Wendell. Take care, man.
Okay, thanks.
Cheers,
Bye.
Wendell.
All right, so that was Wendell and, all the work that they're doing with Behind What Curve. So send him an email if you want to head out there and check it out when they go up to the Salt Flats, which I've never seen before, which would be incredible. All right, any other topics that we need to... We're almost at 3 hours, but what happened to Iru?
I don't know. He dissed us, man. We're going to have to ground him from Linda.
There's only 2 screen shares allowed on Globebusters. Clamping down, putting a limit on it. Anything new with you, right? Karen? What's going on with you?
Me, not a whole lot. I just been taking a little time to myself the past couple of weeks, but I'm starting to get back into stuff again. Doing my Thursday shows with Brian.
Very cool.
And
Tuesday shows with Mark.
Right.
Tuesday shows with Mark and all the other same stuff that I usually do.
And I'll read some more super chats. We got Glaucoma, who said, "You guys are the best. Keep up the great work." Thank you very much for that. Temulant 406 said, "Love the show, guys. You always, as always, keep it flat. Always look at the rocks. There is more than meets the eye." Certainly being said by some people. KP Masonry said, "Had Brian Mullen completed his Force the Line experiment, how would he have proven the results?" Well, because the Force the Line experiment would still be up.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't something that was supposed to be taken down. It was something you'd be able to go and prove the results yourself. But we can talk about that in a little bit. SmartWeb said, "Please let me know how to explain the filaments in my videos." Huh? Okay, I'll check that out. I don't know which filaments you're talking about. Filaments in your videos. And I Am Lone Frog said, "So digging the lounge." So thank you, everybody, for the super chats. Super appreciated. And
Cool.
yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Filaments in my videos. Is that like?
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know if you. Sometimes you can see little filaments in. I don't know. I see them when we look at the sun from like high altitude balloon footage. I don't know if that's what he's talking about exactly.
Maybe it's the filaments that are going north-south, that are going across the plants, the chemtrail filaments, possibly. I know those have been kind of making a reemergence lately. And it is an interesting phenomenon. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but a lot of people are taking pictures of these. They're like long spider web type filaments, and they appear to align.
Recently? Didn't somebody do that recently?
Somebody did do it recently. I can't remember who it was, but I've actually been seeing this going on for quite some time, and they align themselves magnetically north-south. So the question is, what the hell are they, right? And why are they doing that? And I don't know. Smart strands?
This is really weird, unless it changed. The person's name who sent the super chat is Smart Webs, and then I clicked open a new tab, and it opened Smart Strands. So I'm trying to see.
Maybe he just changed his name recently and it hasn't migrated yet.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing that it's the same logo. Smart Strands.
Kind of Morgellon-like thing.
Oh.
No. Well, Morgellons is in that the fibers that come out of people's skin.
Yeah. But Morgellons disease, made its emergence right around the same time or just shortly after the chemtrails did.
Mm-hmm.
So, go figure.
Might be related. These nano things that they throw around. Well, I don't know. I've seen things like this that seem natural, but I don't know what they're looking at.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. He's playing it.
Have to look at it in a microscope, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see those strands under a microscope to see what they look like, because the ones that are growing out of people's hands and stuff are really bizarre looking when you look at them under a microscope.
Ugh.
But yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Maybe that's got to be what he's talking about. So, and again, what is this for? I don't know, but it's almost certainly part of the, so-called chemtrailing phenomenon. That they're doing this. At least in my opinion, that's where they're coming from. But it'd be interesting to get a chemical analysis of this stuff.
What would be the mainstream answer? Just spider webs?
Good question. I don't even know what they would say, to be honest with you. Some ridiculous, seagulls.
Seagulls. Yeah, seagulls.
Yeah, that's it. It's hard to say what they would say, but yeah, it is interesting, and this has been going on for quite some time. So, and I doubt it's a field full of spiders. And like I said, they always seem to go north-south, which is kind of bizarre.
Weird.
So, don't know what's up with that.
Wow, you can really see them there.
Yeah.
Where is this? Where is this happening?
Does it say
all over the place?
Drape in same directions over hundreds of feet. This is just a portion of the whole distance.
In the States, I haven't seen this here.
Some people think these strands are caused by spiders, but what spider is so inefficient to drape their filaments parallel to each other? What kind of prey could they possibly catch?
No, there's no way.
I don't think that makes much sense.
I don't either. I mean, animals in nature do tend to do things,
Weird.
In magnetic alignments. Like dogs tend to, crap when they're facing north. But it's true, believe it or not. They actually did a study on that. And then I started watching our dogs, and sure enough, they do the same thing. It's like, wow, that's crazy.
They take an alignment right at the moment. They kind of say this is the right direction.
Yeah, sometimes when they do the little spin, they're looking for that direction.
Yeah. Huh. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do know that, we have, like, as humans, we have a little piece of, I think, Kemi, it's magnetite. I think it's just above the bridge of our nose. So we actually have kind of a built-in compass in our head. So
I just have the question of what would be the point of running a single strain of web?
Sideways.
Yeah. And I doubt anybody laid those down, just went out there and, like went back and forth like they would a crop circle or something.
No.
That's a really bizarre part about it. So they're floating down, they're orienting themselves, in a magnetic alignment. But yeah, I'd love to see one under a microscope and have a chemical analysis done of it. I don't know.
It reminds me of those kinds of sprays they used to have in the 80s, 90s. I guess that turn into, you spray it and it turns into a kind of fiber or something.
Well, like silly string.
So just everybody sees.
Yeah, I don't. What could it possibly be if it's falling from the sky? So if it's connected to chemtrails, somehow it's coming together. It comes out in one form, and then it coalesces into this string.
Yeah, I don't know, but you can see them really easy if you go outside and it's like a sunshiny day, and if you look up towards the sun and like look up. In a position where, like, the corner of your house or something up in the air.
I've done that before. You can see all that crazy shit up there. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can see it all up there for sure.
Well, you see this stuff. You see this kind of.
You do. You see those filaments floating around and stuff. But you have to like look up and use the corner of your house or something to block out the sun. And in the corona, then you will see these fibers all over the flipping place.
Get in a position where if you move just a centimeter to the right, you would see the sun. So you just have it blocked just to where the sun is blocked, where you can actually stare up in that direction. I remember Miss and I, especially in Salinas, were taking video of that, and all these little gunk is flying around, these little strings. They look like little tubes or something. I don't know how else to describe it. But I haven't done that in a while. I'll have to go out and do that again. I don't know if it's more during the summer or...
It's been going on for a while?
Yeah, quite a while, actually. About 22 years now, about the same amount of time they've been chemtrailing.
20 years of this stuff.
Yes,
this stringy
been
stuff.
looking at this stuff forever. He's been looking at chemtrails longer than chemtrails have been around.
Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So chemtrails have gone back over 20 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I first noticed them in like 96 was the first time I started reading about them and noticing them, all over the place. And that's when Clifford Carnicom started doing his reports on it, and that's when they were doing analysis of them, finding out that not only did they have barium, strontium, et cetera, and aluminum, but they also had type O red blood cells in them, which is like is O negative, I think, is the universal blood type donor.
What?
And that's freaky. That's
scary.
No doubt.
I remember Bob telling me about that when I very first started talking to him, and I was like, holy shit, that is weird.
Yeah.
Because I remember catching into the wave of the what the hell are they spraying whatever it was called, those films, but I don't think they got into the blood cells on this.
Yeah, but the universal donor type, that was the part that absolutely freaked me out, man. It's like, what are they doing with that? So
I'm showing here, this is just great for when you're talking about, either the mirror flashes or what Taboo Conspiracy is showing, just what the horizon does when your eye gets so low. And that's what we're also ultimately talking about, is when you put that camera down as low as possible, that see where the horizon is compared to what you're looking at. And, we're seeing those platforms way out here sitting in the water, well past where that horizon is supposed to be. And again, if you have something over here that is, say, the geothermal plant or whatever, I mean, we're so low to the water that the horizon should be. Oops, not letting me move this anymore. But the horizon should be, real close to you. There's no way you should be able to be seeing things miles and miles beyond the horizon. I don't even know what is the horizon supposed to be. Let's say we're 15 feet. 15 feet, the horizon should be at, about 4 miles.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that's crazy, because then you're talking about what we're seeing in those images of the geothermal plant. If we're only 15 feet high, that horizon line should be at 4 miles.
And you see at least the beginning of the plumes, or right at the beginning.
Now I'm
of
wondering
the plumes.
how far is that out kick of land that we were looking at?
Or the train and the cars.
Well, that's way across. Yeah, that's true. That's well across the water. I'm talking about, if we're at 15 feet and we're seeing that out kick of land, even as far as that goes, I'm just wondering how I want to look that up again just to see for myself. Trying to think if might only be 4 miles away, but I don't know.
Right. You mean from the observation point to the first landmark that you're using, the kind of...
Yeah, because if we're seeing it there...
That little hump there.
Let's see, there to move this. That's a little outkick of land, so that's 4.88 miles, maybe 5 miles is supposed to be the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
But, even that, you're seeing past that then.
Way past.
Yeah, I don't know. Crazy. Crazy indeed. Close that. Bring this back up. So, anything else, Rodrigo? Is there anything you wanted to bring up today, or?
Well, I don't know if you want to look at some space crack, but I don't know what to show. There's some of the things are very strange. I wonder what you think that we found in Stockholm. Some of the public. I don't know if you caught that. I could show you a little bit of that. There's just a lot of propaganda that I was looking at. That might be interesting, especially the stuff. At least some of the photographs from the Nobel room in Stockholm, where they give the Nobel Prize.
Oh, just stuff on the walls and things?
Sorry? Yeah, there's something really odd. I mean, I'm not sure if it is a stretch. There's this figure of Apollo, and he has on his chest like a figure of a lion with a hat, like a crown. And on his right hand, he's offering or holding like a child or a baby that's a different color. It's like blue color. And it's really weird. And he's holding a trident. And it has and that connects to that film Home in the iconography of the royal cat, a kind of cat food they have in that weird animation that has that has the very morbid imagery of essentially it's from 2015, so it's pointing to essentially cannibalism. So it's pretty bad. It's
crazy.
Yeah.
Did Austin leave, or is Austin still here too?
Sorry?
I was asking if Austin left or if he was still here.
No, he's still here.
Did they ever?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did they let you?
I'm just listening.
Did they let you start live streaming on YouTube yet?
Not the last time I tried it, it would not let me. I was probably gonna try it later tonight, but as of now, no.
It usually takes like 2 or 3 days, if I remember right, for them to turn it on. Like once you pass, if you need 1,000 subs, it takes like 2 or 3 days. I think they check the subs to make sure it's not like you purchased them or something.
Gotcha. Well, then we should be good here soon.
Good.
Yep, and not only that, his laptop is on its way to him. So you should have that. I think like Monday or Tuesday. I don't know. I gave you the tracking number, but it should be like Monday or Tuesday. We get all decked out for him.
Yeah, I knew it was going to happen because Bob was going to rise to the challenge. It's like, this is not going to go. When I knew he mentioned that he needed a laptop, I was like, I know how this is going to go down. Awesome.
Yeah, no.
Bob, thank you very much, Bob. Bob pulled me through.
Hey, no worries, man. Glad I could help you out. That's a dealer cost is good for something good, every once in a while, right?
Rodrigo, did you watch the American Moon?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did. Very interesting. Their angle was all about going after an Italian researcher who was making some quite hilarious claims.
The guy who was
trying to defend him
in a classroom or something. I forgot what they kept calling him, Rodricimo or something. They kept.
His name is Animagis, some weird name.
Yeah, Animagissimo or something.
Yeah. But they had the angle of the photographers talking about, so that was a strong point of that documentary.
Right.
And you know what? Like, the reason why they are in the beginning, that's what I thought later after I saw the whole thing. The reason why they're putting flat earthers shouldn't use this and blah 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 is because they basically ripped us off in a way.
That's what I was saying too.
They did. They totally went. They make many points from things that have been said in the community for years, and they're pulling them together in Natch. But then they're going on with their low Earth orbit and their balls in space still. Like,
I'm okay
some
with
explanations.
I'm okay with what they said. I'm okay with what they said, really, because I do understand that that took a lot of time to put that together, and they don't want it just pirated and placed everywhere. But I mean, obviously they can't be talking about the video of whether or not the astronauts swore on the Bible, or that stuff's Bart Seibel's. I mean, that stuff has been shared ad nauseum.
There was some other points, bubbles in space. Maybe I don't think they avoided that. There was something other.
Yeah. Well, they avoided everything that would be anything. So they avoided anything that would be like space is fake, because that's not their direction. Their direction is space is real, and we can't and have not gone to the moon.
Yeah, they did a really good job with the Mythbusters debunking. That was good, great that they did.
What is the perspective? Maybe Bob knows. What is the perspective of, like, say Bart Seibel, somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe, thinks that space is real. I'm sure he thinks that Jupiter is 1 billion miles away and 100 times the size of the Earth and all that. I'm sure he thinks the sun is 867,000 miles wide. So what is the perspective of somebody like that? They're saying that we didn't go to the moon and that we cannot go to the moon. And what is their reason why we can't? They're just saying the Van Allen belts
he thinks it's largely because of the Van Allen belts that they can't, and that NASA and other space agencies are just simply fleecing the public for money. And he seems to fail to see any conspiracy beyond that, which to me is kind of mind-boggling. But whatever. I guess everybody's at their own point, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we all, and I could even say, we've all been there. That we started there. I don't know. For me, I mean, I always kind of thought the moon landing and just assumed, I guess they're just lying about going. But once you start looking at the bigger picture and the faking of the pictures of the Earth and the fact that there's still no pictures, the fact that, because I think a lot of those guys, they make the argument, especially when it comes to the retroreflector and other things, that they always say, well, there could have been a robotic mission that put those things there, right? I mean, I've heard that from Bart Seibel. I've heard that they all say, a craft could have gone there. And it's
that's in American Moon. They claim that the Russians did it or something.
Right. They always say things like that. Yeah. And that's why I think it's I don't think it's a propaganda piece. I think it's there's a lot of good knowledge there, but you have to be able to discern. And they don't even make a good argument for the fact that we've been there with robotic missions or anything, or that we ever could. There's just not a good argument for that.
They don't even try to go there because that gets pretty bad. You have to look at the Chinese landing on the moon.
Yeah, it's just so bad. And they should be able to send a craft there and put a camera, 24-hour camera on it, and a camera that points back at Earth, and they can't even do that. Which really should be so simple in my mind. If you think of all the launches that we see, so all the SpaceX launches, all the NASA launches, to think of how much harder would it be if you can do that and you can get into orbit. How much harder would it be to send a camera and a craft to the moon? It should be ridiculously easy because it's not even more fuel. It's just, because once you blast, I mean, it's a tiny bit more fuel because you have to shoot towards the moon. But once you've done that, you're just coasting. You just coast to the moon's orbit, and then you shoot some little squirts of whatever the gas they're using, and then you land on the moon. That's basically what they're saying can happen, right? Shouldn't it just be simple?
One thing that they pointed out that was quite interesting that I didn't hear anywhere else before was how the moon rocks could also be irradiated and put in vacuum chambers and pressurized, and all the different processes could be made to them. So that, and then what they say is that because they were the first to have it, they're the first to put the process on it, and they claim it's from the moon, then everybody has to use that as reference material.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. I haven't heard anybody really say that other than us. Other than flat earthers saying that, oh, well, it'd be very easy to make moon rocks. But actually, wasn't that like a geologist or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the guy in the documentary was a geologist, basically saying, oh, yeah, well, you could put these in radiative chambers or whatever and make it very unique so that it's different from the Earth. And then at that point, you can call them moon rocks. And then if everything anybody compares it to is comparing it to that sample, then, of course, you can say, oh, these things are all moon rocks. And they're all just created.
Mm-hmm.
And they only
how's anybody going to prove you wrong? They
Exactly.
can't go to the moon and prove you wrong.
No, and
Ridiculous.
I thought they did a lot of the whole part about how NASA didn't allow anybody to go to, they would challenge everybody, go to the moon, and then NASA has to say, well, you can't go to the Apollo 11 spots. I thought was hilarious. It's just funny. Or you can't go to any of the, because those are now landmarks. It's just so stupid.
They ran. Yeah, but
again,
that's
propaganda.
Implying that they can actually get there, right?
That's what I mean.
Idea.
That's what I mean. That's propaganda. That's just for the pure fact that they don't want people thinking, oh, well, these guys are going to go back and easily take pictures of the spots. So NASA comes out and says, oh, well, you can't go to the spots we already went to. Those are well, because nobody would ever be able to show it anyway. You're never going to show
They have
them.
like a no trespassing sign over there now.
Which is hilarious because you have
yeah, that's right.
You basically have created
national landmark.
Right, you've basically created national landmarks that nobody will ever be able to see. Think of how funny that is. Why would you create a national landmark if nobody in the history of the world would ever be able to see that national landmark? What is the point of having a national landmark? It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just propaganda, of course. But the one thing that I think was one of the biggest red flags on that one is that they don't get into the history of JPL. They don't want to talk about Jack Parsons and Scientology and Aleister Crowley and the aliens that they want to contact, the Thelema stuff. And what is really bizarre, and if you've seen Ad Astra, the film,
terrible.
Which is horrible. But what's the name of the project that they're on? It's called the Lima Project, but it's written with an I for some reason, but it's spoken like Lima. And, that's very close to Lima. And the Lima Project is what the father of the character is on, and where, Donald Sutherland's character, that's Tommy Lee Jones is the father of Brad Pitt. And then Donald Sutherland comes in. And when he first comes in, he says, yeah, I knew your father very, very well. We went together to Purdue, and in that moment, he brings up his ring in the screen, and that's a typical, they're pointing to secret society types of things, the fraternities, things like 322. You see, in this movie, if you count the numbers, if you see a bunch of 322s popping up. It's odd, but the Lima thing and the secret society thing there, and how the character all the time is moping about his condition, how he was forced into it. He really doesn't want to do it. He has no emotions as well.
Right.
And the military loves it in the beginning. Like, yeah, your heart only beats to 80, right? You never had, he just fallen off some supposed sky freaking tower
thing. His heart didn't go past 60.
Yeah, it's a total psychopath, and they love it. Like, yeah, it's
a terrible film.
So, yeah, but then this is one of the things in the American Moon, right? They don't go into the history of JPL.
No,
all that space scam stuff which is Scientology is a space scam, so-called religion.
I think they tried to stay away from anything that anybody would look at and say, "Oh, this is just conspiracy theory." They wanted to keep it to photographic evidence. Talk to these photographers. These guys are photography experts, and they say that these things couldn't have possibly happened. They tried to keep it at that.
No, that they do a great job of that. But the thing is, who controls NASA's images? And that's JPL. And what's the history there? And that's just, it's really, there's no way to go. Like,
well, that's
you have
the problem
to go
with
down.
Selectively choosing which NASA stuff you trust, right? I mean, that's what we saw. Remember with Robert Sungenis, Bob? I mean, he was doing the same thing where, he would just pick and choose whatever NASA said that coincided with his ideas he would be married to, and anything that they said that went against the geocentric, he would say, well, we don't believe that part of NASA. So it just gets, it gets to be a little bit touchy when you're doing that.
Yeah, this gets to what Austin was saying. Sorry, Bob. That the terminology that they use to hide the ether, right? There's so many things. Whatever appears, when the ether appears, it pops up with different names, and in particular the dark matter. I tried to take a look at that as well in the historical records and the academic records, see what I could find, and I found that dark matter was used in some book from 1600s in astronomy, and it was later basically revived. It brought up the terminology. It's weird, but how they do it. They have their own, say, canon of writers. You know that Ito talked about, the guy Plot, and there's another guy, astronomer called Ball. There's these other guys that are setting the history, and they have to reference one another, and that's how they build it. The bullshit around the reality they're hiding. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the whole dark matter ether thing is a good thing to look at, because they certainly are just, I'm reading different quotes here, but Albert Einstein saying, in 1905, I was of the opinion that it was no longer allowed to speak about the ether in physics. He said, this opinion, however, was too radical, as we will see later when we discuss the general theory of relativity. It does remain allowed, as always, to introduce a medium that fills all space and to assume that the electromagnetic fields and matter as well are its states. Once again, empty space appears as endowed with physical properties. It's no longer physically empty, as seemed to be the case according to special relativity. It's so funny that how often Einstein goes against his own theory because he didn't even buy it.
I know. And you know what's funny, Jaron, is they're trying to bring the ether back now to validate relativity, which is hysterical.
Right, because he says, and then he goes on to say, one can thus say that the ether is resurrected in the general theory of relativity.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Since in the new theory, metric facts can no longer be separated from true physical facts. The concept of space and ether merge together.
Well, I think even common sense should tell people that nothing cannot exist. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's got to be something, that this reality emanates from, that physicality emanates from. Just because we don't understand it, just because we can't, bean count it or put attributes on it or anything like that, that doesn't mean that it isn't there. I mean, especially when every logical deduction surrounding this, indicates that it must be there. And beyond that, like I said, we've done experiments. Science has done experiments throughout history that not only validate it but prove that it's there. Even with our own fiber optic gyro experiments, so we're picking up something, man, and that's it's not Earth rotation, and without it, without the ether setting this finite speed of light, which is, again, a rate of induction, without it being there, the Sagnac effect would not be possible. Mm-hmm. So, I mean...
And what you registered as well when you went to a different location with the gyro, right? And you got the difference in the spin rate, right? Yeah, that's also important. As another proof that's there, right?
Yeah, it's definitely there, so it's just a matter of... And like I said, mainstream science is bringing in, and and I forgot to post that, by the way, but the Greg Braden video that I was talking about, that he talks about all the different new names that they're calling it, whether it's dark matter or the Higgs field or whatever. I mean, they just don't want to call it the ether. I mean, that is their big bugaboo because of Michelson-Morley. Because, Michelson-Morley, you validate the ether and the Earth going around the sun is dead. Right, in mainstream science, they can't have that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and I was reading again the Mahabharata, and it's just so clear how they talk about the moon giving its own energy all the time, and when the sun goes into a southern route, and the chain, it's like all the time. It's just it's a disk, and it is exactly what you're describing. It's eerie to see it how in the ancient world like that, in a literature that's so old, they got it, to the they knew a lot about it, and they were looking also at the stars. That's what I mentioned, the medical astronomy stuff that some people are looking into. It's very interesting how we are connecting as well, how we're here as part of the whole thing. We're not separate. Science tends to kind of think that you can step away from the medium that you're in and turn everything into mathematical reductions, right?
So is really then the reason that they hate the ether so much is because of the fact that it's in opposition to relativity?
Absolutely. It is the thing. Remember, because the Lorentz Fitzgerald contraction was literally laughed out of science, right?
As it should have
been.
They
that's the stupidest thing ever. And it is, it should be, right? So that was their next best thing. And they knew that, that they had the Sagnac effect, they had Michelson-Gale, and like I said, ballers today are more than happy to accept the laser interferometry experiments that show a circulating ether pattern, but the second you apply it to a linear one, oh boy, nope, because that just validates Michelson-Morley, and they cannot have that. So they'll take the Earth spinning, but they reject anything that disproves the Earth is going around the sun. So
and what proves the Sagnac effect would be all GPS?
Well, Sagnac effect, if relativity was true, then it wouldn't matter. You know how like the fiber optic gyro works, right? With the spinning platter. Remember that example I've given on Globebusters many times? All right. So unless there is something that is actually regulating that speed of light or rate of induction, right? Then relativity would be true and the Sagnac effect would not work, right? So that's the whole thing. There is something that's regulating it, that rate of induction, if you will, from the lasers. And that is why the ring laser gyro and fiber optic gyros are so precise, because literally they are holding that speed limit or rate of induction so precisely that you can actually get an interference pattern or a differential in phase of the beams going around in two different directions, which gives the fiber optic gyro its precision.
Right.
So that's the whole thing. That's with that.
Right. So that's like the nanosecond difference between the
exactly.
two. And so that
really precise, really precise.
Yeah, extremely.
Yep, and the ether regulates that, and science has known that forever. It was only until Einstein that science was forced to go down a wrong road. I mean, honestly, that's what it comes down to. Einstein derailed science, from actually going somewhere. If Einstein hadn't come around, and mainstream, science promoted him, I mean, we would have been years beyond where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. How does the Aries so-called failure works? They call it failure, right? But it's that's the one with the microscope in the water?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the telescope in the water.
Telescope in water, yeah. And the failure was
how does that work? Yeah.
The failure was that and it was such a simple experiment too, but the failure was that they didn't have to change the angle of the telescope, indicating that the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle, which means that it was in fact the starlight that was moving and not the Earth. I mean, it's such a brilliantly simple experiment, and of course, so it was a failure for the mainstream agenda that was being pushed at the time, but it was the real revelation of Aries failure is that the Earth wasn't moving and the sky is.
That's one of the probably the most simple experiments for people to really grasp.
Yes.
And replicate, is it possible, have people replicated this?
FE Core is going to do it, actually.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Awesome.
So, yeah, they're going down the tubes and they know it. And, you have to wonder, it's like they know this is happening. It's not going to stop. And it only makes you wonder, what is their ace card going to be? I mean, do they really have the power to create a reset event? I mean, because it almost seems like that's the only thing they can do. Oh, we're about to get busted. We better wipe out the whole world, right? So it's kind of a scary thought, but you have to wonder about it.
I've wondered about it. Yeah. I mean, I hate to, I'm not a fear porn kind of guy, but at the same time, the direction that it's going, they have to eventually either the truth's going to be revealed, which I can't picture ever happening because it would upset every faction of life, every faction of economics, every faction of government would be severely, destroyed, really. But Yeah, then you look at it and you say,
Also,
well, how else
also
can
they lose
get
a lot of
around it?
people, infrastructure. But who knows? They prepare for these things. They have those deep underground bases, and
Right.
I don't know if it is true what Max Egan was showing. At least at the end, there was somebody else who did the video with the plants that pull out vapor. That looks quite scary, especially what was happening in California as a result of that. I was like, whoa, holy shit.
The thing about the end of that Max Egan video that was incredible was, them admitting flat out that they can take barges out to the ocean and kick up the water and have it rain on the land. I mean, if that's possible, why don't they just put the fires out in Australia? Why don't they put the fires out in California? But it tells us that they can modify the weather. That we've known that. I mean, they can do it.
Yeah.
And
and once you see that those planes were flying patterns over the fires, I'm not sure you've seen that as well. If you look into that, but there's planes fitted with some Boeing technology that they were just flying right over the many times doing grid patterns on top of the fires.
Yep, and remember, it wasn't that long ago. It was only about a decade ago that the Air Force was releasing publicly that they were going to, quote unquote, own the weather by 2020. Well, here it is. It's 2020. Right. And believe me, they owned it long before 2020. But they only stated that they were going to have it done by, this year. So here we are. Yeah. And like what Max was showing at the end of his video was that they were talking when the wildfires were going across Australia, they were actually bringing weather in, manipulating weather in to put out the fires. And we talked about that on Globebusters too, about these huge plants that are essentially sending up all this steam into the atmosphere, and then they're using the NEXRAD stations to create these pressures, these RF pressures that are pushing around these storm fronts, right? So this technology is there, and Weather Wars, if you actually look at the stuff on Weather Wars, they document exactly how it's done. It's showing up in all the radar patterns. I mean, it is so obvious what is happening. And again, Yeah,
it's crazy how they also invent language to try to euphemize what's actually in front of them. The grading in the radar pictures, I mean, Yeah. How they basically change the language. They don't know what to do. Some of these people in the weather report, right? They're looking at something that looks completely bizarre. It's like a corridor of vapor just popping out and coming in.
Yeah. It's like, where's that coming from? Well, and then you can see it. I mean, especially in Hawaii, they've got these huge plumes of steam that are coming up around all these power plants, right? Oh, well, that must just be the power plant. No, it's much more than that. They're literally pumping millions of gallons of water into the atmosphere and then steering it around.
Don't they say that water vapor is one of the greenhouse gases or whatever, that has a greenhouse effect? Because that's another way to warm things up or to stir some trouble. If you're doing this vapor all the time, what happens if you just do a lot of it?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So, I mean, they've had the tech for a long time, and like I said, they are losing on every front. The false flags are being exposed. The fake terror events, the flat Earth, the this, that, and the other. Every single front, pedophilia, fake news. I mean, the walls are coming in around them. So you have to ask yourself, they've got all the power. What's their next move going to be? And that's the scariest part to me, right? So,
are you still living in Denver?
Yeah, well, Denver is actually theoretically supposed to be one of the safest areas, unless, of course, you're Max Egan, who says you need to be between 33 South and 33 North, and everything besides that's going to be annihilated. And well, it seems weird that they would build Atlanta, which is just south of 33, or it's right around the 33rd, just on the other side of it, I think. And Denver, of course, is 39 North latitude. So, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but, I'm not exactly putting a lot of stock into what Max said about that, even though it was interesting.
Am I gone? I guess I'm at 37, so I'm out of here.
Yeah, you're toast. Yep. And Phoenix.
You gotta look at when your passport expires, because that will be the synchronicity.
I gotta check mine, but I just got it when I went to Canada, so I think mine probably expires in 2028. So if the synchronicity is right and the white light hits me, and I don't get my ride out of here, then.
That's it, man.
Oh boy, it's funny stuff, but yeah. I wish I would have known that before my interview last night, because it was funny in my interview where I'm like, it's really nice to have Max Egan on board, and he finally apologized for what he did to us. And then I'm like done with that show. I lay on the couch and pull up my phone, and the very first thing I see is Max Egan's next video. I'm like, oh no, don't tell me, don't do it to me.
Yeah, actually, when I pull up his next video, I was thinking, oh, great, Max is going to tell us the rest of the story, and he's going to tell us who he really is and all this stuff. And then he's like, well, now that I got all your flat earthers' attention, I'm like, shh.
Here it comes. Yeah,
here it comes.
Sure.
Yep.
I was actually wondering what y'all thought about. I was thinking about this because, admittedly, I don't know much about him, but from my interpretation, it seems like he almost truly believes a lot of this nonsense that he's saying. And I started thinking, it's crazy. It looks like he believes it. It seemed, I don't know how much I've ever looked into this, but we've all heard the stories of alien abductions, which of course we all know is not some extraterrestrial civilizations or anything like that. But there are thousands of accounts where they all have this similar characteristics where they were told they were the chosen one.
Interesting.
They're the chosen one. Yeah, and it's a ton of evidence for that. So it just kind of co-aligns with how he was talking. I think he's genuinely confused. But I don't know.
No, I think I agree. I don't. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to tell where he's going at this point, because he's just kind of saying a bunch of things. It is and it isn't. It was and it wasn't. It could be and couldn't be. And when you got that, you can just tell either the person's trying to confuse you or they're very confused themselves.
Yeah. How could you be wrong?
Well, definitely they do use.
Yeah, you can't be wrong if you say that.
In the MK Ultra stuff, as far as the alien abduction stuff goes, they drug people, get people in costumes to perform things on them. There's all kinds of things that they do with children. For instance, they would get them hypnotized and drugged, and then they throw them in a movie set that has everybody pretending that they're in the 19th century, and then the child believes they travel in time. Actually, there's a whole set. People working to perform this for the child. Jeez. So it's really bizarre it's a like theme park, slash this kind of Hunger Games is, Truman Show-ish kind of things that they can create with their hangars and their studio sets and whatnot, and the way they use to how they torture people to break them and control them, essentially. So that there's quite a kind of dark side to the whole thing. When you see it.
Oh, it's scary, because you could easily tell people, hey, we're going to go on this trip to Mars. You put them in this little capsule, put them to sleep, and when they wake up, you're just at some place, a movie set, and people are going to be, they're going to believe it.
Yeah, and depending on the drugs that you get them on, they've been studying that stuff, the effects of psychedelics. That you see that even the DMT book that's famous, that's known among the researchers that look into this, talks about people seeing aliens and beings and different kinds, and how they can set up a system to manipulate this, and the person will have a blast, think that that a bunch of things happen to them. But in the case of the abductions, they abduct people, and easily with costumes, you can give that impression. That the whole Travis Walton case, for instance, if that's genuine, it seems the guy is still walking around and talking. If they did, it would look more legitimate if they actually did something to the guy. Blasted his brain with all kinds of stuff that made him really confused, and then dropped him off somewhere, and had all these alien sets and costumes, ready to go.
You done DMT, Rodrigo?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I may or may not have.
Uh-oh. Look who it is.
May or may not have his.
Is this Baller Dave or the good guy?
No, good guy.
Okay.
The voices are strikingly similar.
It's not Dave, even close. Not even a similarity.
Maybe it's not close. But Dave, tell us your opinion of the person who you took full responsibility for coming over to the flat Earth.
I retract that full responsibility.
But I gave it to you. I gave you full. I didn't even try and fight you over it.
Yeah, you guys summed it up pretty well. It is and it isn't, and it could be and it might not be, but it definitely is and it definitely isn't. Looking at him, just looking at his face, and like this guy is, He's confused. He's mind controlled. I don't even know if he knows. I don't know if he knows, but he knows.
Right.
And speaking of his nose, what's going on with his nose? It looks like he's drinking his face off.
I couldn't, after I noticed his nose,
Wait,
I just
never
couldn't
noticed
stop
this
looking
before.
at it.
What happens when you...
All he needs to do is paint it red. If he paints it red, he's got it, man.
Rudolph?
Yeah.
I didn't know that when you drink, what happens? Your nose gets red or gets big or what?
Your nose gets big,
bulbous.
Bulbous, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Either he's... I don't know what he's doing, but Max is one of the first guys I used to listen to,
Absolutely,
15 years ago or whatever it was. He's
an
has
OG
put out
for sure.
a lot of stuff. So, and he's living alone in the jungle. If somebody might get compromised, mind controlled, whether they know it or not, he's a perfect candidate for that. So,
yeah.
What the hell is going on with him? I don't know. But again, you're all doing exactly how I operate. I don't like what he's doing. I'm just not going to pay attention to him. Move on. Next.
That's
just
all
leave
I
him
can
in
do
the
right
dust.
now. And I'll check back with him because, like I said, I agree with you, Dave. He was one of the first people I found way back when.
Yeah.
And, I would be lying if I said that I didn't respect some of his research. So I totally do. And maybe I'll check back in a few months and see if he's come around.
There's people like PK that have been calling him out as a shill, and I just hate calling people shills.
Right.
Some people don't get things right. Some people make mistakes, and some people learn. And Max, he's learned over time, and he's admitted when he was wrong. But the New Zealand shooting, he thinks is real.
I know, right?
That is the fakest of the fake of all the fakes.
So
Isn't the video from that band even? You can't even if you have it, put you in jail.
So what is going on there? Is he that brainwashed? Like he's close to that. So is it because he's close to it, he thinks it's real? Because he has an idea in his head, or has he been brainwashed? Is he under hypnosis or something?
He is,
it
and he
makes no
isn't,
sense.
though. He was and he wasn't. So
he was, he wasn't, he is, and he isn't.
Right. It's real. It's real.
He may or may not be.
It's
too.
real and it's fake. It depends on which way you look at it. So that gets you nowhere.
Oh, he got deep faked. That's what happened.
Yeah,
as well.
That deep fake thing makes no sense.
It was all in the password and the deep faking and the nose, the combination. That is not him.
I figured a way to prove that you're not a deep fake. I think.
Okay.
So while you're talking, you spread your fingers and you put your fingers in your mouth and you pull your lips apart, like when you're a kid making a scary face, and talk while doing that, because I don't think they can deep fake that.
Okay. And when we think flat earthers might look crazy now, let's just every other sentence pull our mouth open.
Yeah, just put fingers in our mouth and pull our cheeks out.
Not on camera.
Yeah.
That'll be great for live streams.
But I don't think they can deep fake that.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, they will learn after you do that. They'll probably take note of that, and they'll have the all the mouth stretching you need.
Oh boy.
So wait, just to clarify here. So most of y'all considered him decently credible with a lot of his truther content before now.
Yeah. Somewhat.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, he goes off the rails sometimes. Like I said earlier, I don't ever like to say to somebody that they're completely off their rocker because they're saying things that I'm not there yet, because I'm just not there yet. But he said some good things, and he said some things I thought were absolutely batshit crazy. So, but again, who am I to say that? I mean, I say a lot of things that people might think are batshit crazy. That's just my current level, and I might get there eventually. He says some stuff that
level, it's one of the things he likes, the stages and levels,
going up levels, and that we might be. We might be living on a giant's chest around the giant's heart, and some of that stuff. Is that really that much crazier than me saying we live in a realm, or who am I to say? But he has done some good work in some subjects, if that's what you're asking, and I think he said a lot of good things about the truth movement, and he was fairly nice to me. I guess Bob saw some more stuff than I did after he came on Globebusters, because we had some private Skype conversations where he was nice to me, cordial. Never called me names or anything, at least that I saw. Maybe he did in his videos, but not that I saw. But
so do you think something happened recently? Has he changed, and has he gone down the spiral kind of thing?
I don't watch him enough to know, but
Right.
go ahead, Austin. What do you want to say about that? Because yeah, I guess some of us respect him a little.
I don't know him.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I'll go ahead and say I don't think you hold a candle to this guy, bro. But
thank you.
He, from what I can gather, it seems it's not far fetched to me that there's some kind of technology that can scramble your brain or something, you know. And all the things he's saying co-aligns with what the opposition, for lack of a better term, would want you to think. You know, it's hopeless, it's morbid, we're all going down. Everyone's going to die. You have no way to survive this year. Only one person, and it's me, is chosen to survive this little game they're playing, and it's all this nihilistic. It's like what the person in control would want you to believe, you know?
Right. And he said that he had this white light beam, you know. Who knows that wasn't a bunch of guys, special ops guys that came in and just, you know, scopolamined him, and he remembers the white light.
No, seriously.
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Seriously, no.
Yeah, you would have
Yeah,
no
he
way
said
to
it
know.
hit his pineal gland, and then he had this vision and whatnot.
Yeah, it sounds like scopolamine and a bright light to me.
Yeah. And it's amazing what a bottle of whiskey can do. To be honest with you.
Yeah. You know, have you guys had any experience with hypnosis, like firsthand experience?
I talked about it last night on Rogueways because I think it's insane, and the fact Dave says he can do it. But I have a great story where I saw it firsthand. I mean, I saw somebody.
I was that guy on stage. Yeah. That's how I ended up getting into hypnosis. Like I was like so interested in hypnosis, and this hypnotist was coming to my school, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be great." And he comes into the cafeteria at lunchtime, and it was at lunchtime, and he does a little teaser show. He goes, "Hey, I need 10 volunteers," and I raise my hand. I'm in. And he sits us down. He does this quick little induction. We close our eyes. We're holding our arms out. One hand has a balloon. The other hand has a lead weight. You know, and I'm listening, everything he's saying. And then when we opened our eyes, my left hand was high in the air and my right hand was down low. All right, I imagined I had a balloon. I imagined I had a rock. I'm following this whole thing. And then he relaxed us, brought us under, and he goes, if you come to the show tonight, of course you want to come. He goes, at any time during the show, if I bite into a lemon, you're going to jump up out of your chair, you're going to run up on stage, you're going to sit in an empty chair, and you're going to fall asleep. I remembered the whole thing, but when he was done and he woke us up, this is in the lunchroom. All of a sudden, there's like all these people that were gathered around, standing on tables, watching, and I'm like, I didn't notice that all those people gathered around. I'm like, but that's okay. I had my eyes closed, I was focusing, and so I went to the show that night, and I'm like, nothing's going to happen. I'm imagining him biting a lemon. I'm doing the whole thing. I'm like, there's nothing. I was like, I'm way smarter than this. I'm unhypnotizable. So he comes out, and he's talking. He was actually talking about Star Trek, which was really weird. And on the stage, he has a little table with a little lemon, and he's talking about lemon. And he goes, you know, when you bite into a lemon, like you'll pucker up just by thinking about it. And he gets a lemon, and he cuts it, and he squeezes it. And I'm looking at him, and he bites into that friggin' lemon. Sorry for the long story, but bites into the lemon. I am sitting purposely in this auditorium in the middle of an aisle, in the middle of a long row, so I'm not even near an aisle. Okay. He bit into that lemon. By the time I hit the aisle, I was 5 or 10 rows up because I was jumping over people to get to the aisle. And then I ran down. I literally almost leaped the orchestra pit, but the person in front of me took a left and I followed them. And then I ended up, boom, sat in a chair, out friggin' cold. So I'm like, okay. He wakes us up on stage. I'm like, this is like, I'm totally flipped out. And he does this whole other thing. He brings all these other people on stage, and he has us standing there, and he brings us into this. We're standing and sleeping, okay? But while I was standing, my upper body fell forward, right, with straight legs locked. Now, I was pretty stiff. I would say reaching my toes, reaching my shins was probably as far as I could stretch. When he woke me up, my body was completely folded perfectly like a gymnast, where my chest was against my straight legs and my elbows were almost on the ground. Okay?
That's crazy.
And it was crazy. Wait, and when he snapped his hands, all of a sudden I felt the pain in my legs. I literally almost did a back flip in pain jumping out of it. But then it blew me away so much, I studied hypnosis for the next 3 years. I studied with a hypnotist that was on campus. And I hypnotized hundreds of people, and it's just so amazing. So long freaking story to get to the point. The point is, you can control people's minds so easily. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
That's obvious. In advertising, in mall design, in architecture, all of it is designed to, meet a purpose. Buy, or convince you of something. Phraseology. I love watching that guy Darren Brown. Because not only does he do things like that, but he tells you how he does it.
With the killing of the animal there. I couldn't believe that the girl would do it. I thought she was not going to do it.
And it just goes to show you that people really, they are so weak-minded, and I mean the majority of people. Like when the whole mall, he got everybody to raise their right hand and stuff like that. It's just so simple to do, and little subliminal suggestions and stuff like that literally form everything, that we think and do. And this brainwashing begins damn near at birth.
And that's the hypnosis I did was straight hypnosis, just words and sounds and
so what you did it for
without drugs.
You did it for to kind of to entertain people kind of thing.
So we did it kind of just for fun, but for experimenting. And I ended up like having a small group of people. I was hypnotizing people one at a time, and then everybody wanted to do it again. And once I hypnotize somebody, I can re-induct them within 10 seconds because I leave a post-hypnotic suggestion in there on how to get into this deep state. And so then I started doing it with 5 and 10 and 20 people at a time. And we started doing it in the lounge, and we'd do hypnotic games, and we did all sorts of crazy stuff. You want to hear a funny story?
Wait, just one question. Is there an antidote to this, or anybody can get caught? I mean, how do you get away from it?
You have to be willing. You have to be willing and trusting of the person that's hypnotizing you. So if you say, I don't want to be hypnotized by you and I'm not going to do this, then you're not going to get hypnotized.
It's the one
unless, of course, they scopolamine you, and that's a whole nother story.
It's the 1 out of 4,000 NASA applicants. That 1 out of 4,000 is the one that's highly suggestible and
and they might believe that they went to space. So really, you could have people on wires that think they're on the ISS. Absolutely.
Yeah, with easy. Now, there is some people that you can't hypnotize, correct, Dave?
They say that if you are brain damaged, you can't be hypnotized. I've never tried it on
no, but
I'm trying not to say retarded, but a retarded person.
I
never tried it.
Is there a percentage of people that really can't? Like, I'd like to think that I can't because
I thought I could.
Okay, you thought I could.
I thought I could.
Right.
But
great. Now I have to go to a hypnotism.
After you learn, could you also be hypnotized after you learn the technique of doing it?
Yeah, I could still be hypnotized.
Right.
But what stinks is I can't hypnotize myself. I mean, I can do self-hypnosis, but I'm totally in control of myself. Versus, like, if I hypnotize you, Rodrigo, I could give you a post-hypnotic suggestion that would, do crazy things. But I never told anybody to kill a chicken or anything like that, or to do something that they wouldn't normally do.
Right.
Of course, I could tell Matt to kill a chicken. He would just kill it. And he's like, oh, I didn't even know I had to be hypnotized.
No.
Do you have to be in person with the people? Do those things also count? Like,
we didn't have the internet when I was in school. That was a long time ago. And but I believe I could hypnotize somebody over Skype. I probably could, but it's a lot easier in person because I need to. It's when you see them, and I need to see their eyes and their breathing and just being around the person makes a big difference.
Can we test this next time we got to have?
Next time we all get together, I'll do a hypnosis session. Sure.
All right.
It's going to be interesting.
We just call it a guided visualization.
Right.
It's going to be another card trick.
It'll be better than the card trick. Except when Karen B wakes up, she'll be like, "I really do love Dave Weiss," and I'll be, it'll be endless.
Uh-oh.
She'll never be able to get me out of her mind.
Oh my God.
So you're going to tell a story, David? You said
just hypnotize Karen B. It's already that way, right?
Yep. So what's the story, Dave?
Yeah. So we did some like fun little games. One of the games we did, we called it Assassin. And basically, I'd have maybe 20 people, and if you make a gun out of your hand, finger and gun, and I said everyone that's in this room, they're the only ones that have these guns. And when you shoot somebody, they fall asleep for 10 seconds and then you run. Okay. And so we're in this dorm and I unleash this game and it instantly gets out of control. I mean, it's just like insane. And I couldn't end it. I couldn't stop it. People were running around, shooting people. People are falling down stairs. I mean, it was insanity. and I would try to stop them. And then I had to find each person. I had to induct them. And I had to tell them to go back to my room. And when they get there, to go to sleep until I get back there, to fall asleep instantly. Okay. So I'm running around trying to gather up these 20 people. People are going to break their fucking necks. I mean, people are getting injured, no bad injuries. But when I got back to my room, the first person that I sent back to the room, I said, when you get back to my room, you'll fall asleep instantly. When they crossed the threshold of my room, they fell to the ground. And when I got there, there was a pile of 20 people all like writhing. What the fuck? Like they were like zombies where they couldn't get up, but they were like crushing each other. It was insane.
And how did you wake them all up?
Once I have them there, I'm going to count to 3, 1, 2, 3. Snap my fingers, you're wide awake, and bam, everything's back to normal. It's that. It looks that simple. It's a little more complicated, but once you know how to do it, it's literally like talking to people.
Everything
so
around
basically,
that
what you're suggesting here is that when you're talking about them, they have a system set up so that they can trigger all kinds of states and people, and they do it in a much more intense sort of.
This is how easy it is. So a lot of people wanted me to hypnotize them, and that's why I started doing it in groups because I didn't have enough time in a day. So I had a broken leg for 26 months in college. So I was on crutches for half of my college career. And I'm walking back to my dorm on crutches, and there was this girl that wanted me to hypnotize her. And she's walking next to me, and a couple people walking with me, and we're talking on the way up. And I realized that she was listening intently to every word that I was saying. And I said, all right, stop. And literally, while standing there in the middle of the courtyard, 10 seconds, I had her hypnotized. I just had her right there. I got her under in 10 seconds. And then that's it. Once you go under, and it's a trust agreement that I give you a key word that all I have to do is say that word, and you instantly go right back into that state.
But can they be kept in that state for invariably?
Eventually, you'll just fall asleep and wake up. But like one girl, she was super ticklish. Okay, well, I'm not getting into too many details. Where her boyfriend says that it became an issue, like he can't even touch her because she's ticklish. Okay. And literally, I told her she was no longer ticklish, and like 5 people are trying to tickle her, and she's just standing there like, this is incredible. Like, I'm not ticklish anymore. And then when I snapped my fingers and sent her back to normal, all of that tickling had added up into her body, and she fell to the floor and cried hysterically for 20 minutes.
Wow, it came back out. The sensation.
It all came back, and she couldn't stop it.
What? It's like accumulated somewhere, and
the human mind is an amazing tool that can be twisted and manipulated and controlled, and that's how they have us, right? Because all of the globs I like, which is
red pills.
Red pills term, globs, great word. All of the globs out there, they're hypnotized. We were hypnotized, but we broke it. So there's your answer. Can you break the hypnosis? Yeah, we all broke it. Okay, but they're all hypnotized by the news and the drugs and the just the food and everything, and just all of that is a form of mind control and hypnosis.
Right.
It's simply frightening.
Yeah, it's true. It absolutely is true. And, that's why so much research money is put into advertising and marketing and stuff like that. It's not so much about the product itself, but how to get inside people's heads about it to get them to buy it.
Yeah, I've heard people say that about like Coca-Cola, because people ask like, why does Coca-Cola even have commercials? At this point, they don't need commercials anymore, but they do. It's all about putting that in your head, and it's just something you'll never even notice.
Yeah, young, fit people smiling with big teeth, the white teeth and stuff, and Coca-Cola, and love,
right?
Falling in love over Coca-Cola and stuff. And I mean, even my brother started doing marketing in university and college. He left. He's like, I don't like to be taught to manipulate people. He didn't like it.
Yeah. Oh, and
because
Jaron,
exactly what you say.
Last night you were talking to that girl, and she said something about that now before they're offering free daycare, so they're going to start subjecting babies literally to this stuff now.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh God, that's scary.
What stuff?
Well, you know how you have the state-run education system and preschool and stuff like that. Well, apparently now the state, out of the goodness of their heart, is going to start offering free daycare, right? So, in other words, they're just going to create another indoctrination center that starts them even younger.
Probably like 6 months.
Wow.
Start taking children. Scary.
And Paige's daughter just went back to college today. She's a junior. And one of the courses she's taking, which has nothing to do with her major or anything, is astronomy.
Yeah,
and I thought about that. I was like, I took astronomy for I was able to take astronomy for all 4 years in college. They allowed me to take astronomy for 4 years.
Why?
And
it's an elective kind of thing.
It's an elective that's always available, and it's like
for me too.
And so I told her, I said, just remember that everything they tell you is not true. I go, well, your teacher's probably not a liar. They're just brainwashed, and don't believe a single word that they say. Okay. She's like, all right, I just want to get along.
I just need to get by.
I just need to get by.
Grade.
Ben said the same thing too, and he's got his master's and Juris Doctorate, but he took astronomy as well. And it's like, wow, that's kind of a weird class to take for, a lawyer. But
the way it worked for me is that I think is the same in different universities, that you're forced to take a so-called science credit. I was in the social sciences, so I had to take science credits. And the two big options that you have is one of dinosaurs. I'm not kidding. All the art students are saying, oh, which one are you going to take? The dinosaurs or the astronomy? Because you have only the two options. There's some other ones, but those are the main ones. And it was literally a regurgitation course, like with memorizing.
We had this giant textbook, and the teacher's like, all right, today we're going to do chapter 18. The next class we're going to do chapter 2, and then we're going to chapter 25. And what I found out what he was doing is this was just when Carl Sagan's Cosmos had come out, and I loved it. And I was watching that every week. It was on Tuesdays and repeated on Saturday or something, and I would watch it both times, because this was pre, cable and demand and everything. And the teacher was literally following the Cosmos course, and I called him out on it, and he admitted it. He goes, good stuff. And so I was like acing the class. All the girls were like coming to me for extra help because they couldn't figure it out. I'm like, oh yeah, the Doppler shift and the stars and I was so into it. I was great at it. And it's just like, wow, what a waste. And we had an observatory, a large telescope, a very large telescope. And they told us never point it at the moon. It'll damage the mirror.
Damage the mirror or your eye?
The mirror. No, the mirror. It'll actually damage the mirror. But whenever we were up there all night most of the times, smoking weed and looking at the moon. And it was like, we didn't know what we were looking at. But
I know why. Because of the 14 quintillion lumens, right?
Right, it's too bright.
14 quintillion. It's brighter than the sun if you look at it close enough.
Right.
Did you see the moon landing sites?
Of course. You know what? I don't remember, but I think we actually looked for them, and unfortunately, we couldn't see them.
Oh man, imagine that.
Shocking.
Imagine that. Oh, I saw something on Quora the other day where somebody asked if the flag was still there, and of course the answer somebody said was no. And then a day later I get another message saying something about the flags, and they say, yeah, you idiots, you can look at the LRO footage and see the shadows from the flags. That's the kind of stuff that Quora does, where you get one answer telling you, no, there's no flags there. It says all the flags were blown down when the craft took off. And then the next question says, yes, they're all there. LRO shows the flags with shadows. It's like, well, which answer is true?
Gosh.
Oh, boy.
Well, they have the footprints as well. They miraculously showing their pictures.
The tracks and the astronauts dragging their feet. And what do they say? I think those pictures are taken from like 30 miles above the moon, they say, or something, or 50 miles, which is just a joke. It'd be like seeing those from, twice as high as an airplane or something, or 3 times as high. I mean, or 5 times
miles?
as high. Yeah, way more. 5 times, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure. You're really going to see paths of people on the Earth from 50 miles high or 30 miles high. Sure you are.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Did anybody watch the sundial video I put on the app today?
I haven't. It's on my list, though. It's ready to go. Why, is it good? Who's it by?
Yeah, it's been around, but now I haven't seen it in 5 years, and so I redid it a little bit, and it's amazing. I mean, it proves that we are flat and stationary and have never moved. It's amazing.
So is an analysis of a sundial at work?
It's sundials in India. There's this temple that has 24 sundials, and it shows
can tell
the time to the minute. To the minute.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Fantastic stuff.
Sundials only work on a globe, man.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Well, and like I was mentioning, Dave, like in the Vedic, all throughout in the Mahabharata, if anybody catches and reads it, you can get the Penguin version. It will take a while to go through it, but you find so much reference to the realm and how it works, and fitting straight into this. So, which is the temple, like you're talking about Indian temple, right? So they knew what they're looking at, and their whole cosmology points to a flat plane, and the stars, the sun and the moon being smaller, the moon having its own light, and so on and so forth, and the sun going in its course towards the south of the disk, and so on. And they design the perfect to the minute thing that works with the sun, and you can read it. Like how much knowledge you need, how much science you need. Is that science? Of course it is, right?
Amazing.
Boy.
What they can do.
All right, it's almost 4 hours. I'm going to cut the show off. Although, Dave, if you want to hang around for a second, and everybody else can hang on too for a second. But after the show, I have a question for you. We'll ask on D Live, but I don't want to ask it on YouTube. So we'll just go around real quick. Let us know if there's anything coming up for you. Bob, you have anything coming up besides Globebusters in 2 days?
Nope, just Globebusters in 2 days. And after this, I'm going to be heading over to Iron Realm Media, who is live right now. And Cam, that's, Cammy's on that show. So I guess the after party will be over at Iron Realm Media. And other than that, I will see everybody on Sunday.
Sweet. Karen, anything going on?
Yeah, I have my Thursday Unveiling This Realm show that I do with Brian Stavely. I also do Strange World with Mark Sargent on Tuesday, and sometimes do other random streams throughout the week. Everybody seemed to really enjoy the Bigfoot stream, so I might do another one of those. That's what I got going on.
Awesome. Dave, anything you need to tell people? I already did. I know you were at work, but I did mention all the languages that you need and that they can contact you at info@theflatearthpodcast.com.
Yeah, it's turning out it's going to be a little more difficult to get all of these languages done. But if there's anybody, because I'm finding out that a lot of these people that speak other languages still watch American videos, English videos.
Right.
So if you speak one of those languages and you want to maybe start making videos, like translate videos. My videos are probably the easiest to translate because it's all type and they're short. And just start translating them into those languages, create a playlist. That would be awesome. And we could start getting information out. Like in Bulgarian, there's very few videos out there. So we need to start compiling a place that people can go and start looking. So anybody
why did you flag Bulgaria in particular, Dave? Is it selling well there?
I went as people. I got requests from people. Hey, can you can you do it in Bulgarian? Can you do it in Dutch? Can you do it in these languages? So I did them as they went.
They came
as they came.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So anybody info@theflatearth podcast. If you want to do that, that would be great. Or you could just start making the videos and send them to me, and I'll make the playlist. So whatever it takes.
All right, sounds good. That was Dave. Rodrigo, any final words?
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have some streams soon with a guy who's an academic flat earther. I think he has a PhD as well, and he teaches still, and he wants to talk about peer review and how that works and the whole issues there that we sometimes look into. But it'll be kind of an inside look. I'm supposed to be peer reviewing a piece. Actually, they really insisted I'm gonna have kind of to do it, even if it's kind of annoying. Won't explain it, but. Yeah, and probably a stream continue. I'm gonna take a look at that Ad Astra film that's already in the go. Bunch of screenshots. Not sure I'm gonna cut the video, but we'll see. I want to do a little bit more steady streams, and I'm guilty not to have watched yet the Bigfoot stream. I need to watch that. God, I'm so ashamed.
How dare you.
But I know I talked to Karen about it, and I actually remembered I showed you a book that was edited by my supervisor in UBC, and the indigenous guy, an elder, who was talking about forget the name there, the Sasquatch, I guess. So, and how that's real stuff. They don't think it's something imagined or in the other realm or something. It's something that actually is there for them. So, and that there's a lot there. So it's something that I can, and I think I sent that to you a little bit that I found, right? Just to kind of remember that. Send you kind of screenshot from this book. I have it here actually, so I'll take a look.
I think so. You can send it to me again.
Yeah,
it's been a while now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Rodrigo, for that.
Awesome.
Austin, any final words? I know you said you're going to try and go live maybe tonight.
Yeah. I'll probably try to do the first YouTube live later tonight and see how that works. But I'm probably just going to wait till I get the laptop for more consistency. So really, right now, it's just sporadic lives. But I guess if someone wanted to go check it out, it's Wits It Gets It on YouTube. And I appreciate you having me on, man. I enjoyed it.
Sounds good. Yeah, don't go anywhere yet. We're going to jump over. Everybody will be at DLive for a little bit, so it's dlive.tv/jeranism if you want to catch the rest of the show. But thank you, everybody, for listening. I know it's been a long one, and if anybody wants to go through and do the translation on this show... No, I'm just kidding. That'd probably be... Good luck on that one. If anybody wants to mail me anything, you can do so at P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California, 95344. And as always, I didn't say it at the beginning, but a thank you to all my patrons who make this channel possible. I really appreciate all you guys so much. I think we're almost at 200 patrons, which is amazing. So if you want to join them and help get that number up, patreon.com/jeranism. If you want to send a tip, you can do so at Venmo @jeranism for those of you in the United States. So that's it. I'm going to sign off now, and we'll see you guys over on DLive if you want to remain and listen to I have another few questions for David. Let me make sure I can sign off. So till next time, guys, to everybody watching on YouTube, peace. Thanks for all the super chats. All right. Bye.
Peace.
Cheers.
Let's see if I can edit out of here.